Thank you. Good morning. This is the final day of our budget hearings for the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors. The meeting is now called to order at 9 a.m. We will begin with a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely.
Thank you. For the record, this is the board meeting of June 24th, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Patty?
Here.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Elliott?
Here.
And Chair Miller?
Here. Thank you. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the consent agenda. We'll begin accepting comments from members of the public who are in the board chambers. We would ask that you step to the podium and give us your name for the record. There is a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of your 3-minute period. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We will then take comments that the clerk has received via email, and any member of the public who is listening and wishes to provide a comment later during the hearing, so by emailing the clerk of the board at cobrecords@sjgov.org. And we will call for public comment on individual items. So right now, I'm going to ask if there's any member of the public wishing to provide general public comments to the board. And I will ask the clerk, did we receive any emails?
Madam Chair, we do not have any public comments this morning.
Okay, thank you. Then are going to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting, and we will now convene acting as the governing board of the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. We will conduct a public hearing. At the conclusion of that hearing, the action requested is that this governing board adopt the public authority budget, approve the salary schedule and interagency agreement, and that this Board of Supervisors approve the interagency agreement. So I'm now going to convene In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority meeting, and we're going to have a presentation from the IHSS Public Authority Executive Director, Mr. George McHugh. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Miller, Supervisors. I'm going to start with an overview of the budget proposals and the budget passed on Monday. I know some information, but a lot is not. A lot of details aren't clear. The key thing that's good about the budget is that the IHSS Public Authority and the IHSS Program Administration allocations are held at the 1920 levels. So there are no cuts to the administration. There was a proposed reduction of $18.1 million in county administrative dollars, but I believe that was rejected based on the statement that the program changes were rejected. And this was the state has a contractor that handles some payroll calls. The idea was that the counties would direct all those calls towards the state contractor. We get a lot of calls from people that call the state contractor, so I don't think anyone really thought it would work. So I'm glad that one's not in there. there's a savings of about $72.5 million by lining up the IHSS residual program with the annual Medi-Cal recertification deadlines. So what was happening was that people would lose their Medi-Cal, usually because they don't turn in their certification. And then for 2 or 3 months, it's covered with at the residual program, which is half state and half county dollars. So this change, I think, is going to happen, but I'm not sure. It may have been rejected.
And Mr. McHugh, at this point, because of the legislature taking action, hopefully by this Friday, on the agreement, those trigger cuts, my understanding, are still included. It's just whether or not the backfill comes from the feds. Is that your understanding? Okay. So there's still some risk overall in regards to the in-home supportive services funding.
And the trigger cuts that Monica mentioned are tied to the disaster relief funds. They will not happen if the state gets at least $14 billion in funding. If the state gets at least $2 billion of funding or more, but less than 14, they're going to prorate that. That's where the deal stands right now. There's about $12.2 million lost to a scheduled caseload increase that we would normally get in January, which is about $11 million in county dollars. And I think it was just about $1 million for the PA administration. So that's not really a cut. We just lost the increase. That's one of the trigger cuts that is in there still. I believe the 7% across the board reduction in IHSS hours is still one of the trigger cuts. I saw some conflicting wording, but I think one was referring to it's not in the trailer bill, but it's still in the deal is where I think it was. I'm pretty sure that is still there. It doesn't have a real direct impact on us. It probably would not start until January, so with the first year it would be limited. It wouldn't be the full 7%. There are some notice requirements and that type of thing I have to engage in. I'd like to review some general information about the IHSS program. I believe you get more later in your more detailed information in your presentation from the Human Services Agency. Estimated hours for this year, based on 11 months of actuals, are just about 7.8 million, which is a 7% increase. That's fairly in line with the previous 2 years of increases. A pretty significant change, about 7,400 cases, which is a 15% increase over the previous year. I had done a study a couple years ago, and it showed that the new cases have lower hours. It kind of makes sense. You get on the program, you're sick or disabled, and as you age, you need more help, so you get more hours. And I think that's why you see that even though the cases went up 15%, the hours only went up 7%. But it's kind of like, buying stocks when the market's low. You hope to see that, in the stocks, you hope to see that big jump. So there'll probably be a bigger jump in hours in future years due to the newer cases. Number of providers increased by about 11%, which makes sense in line with the fact that some providers take care of more than one person. And the total paid wages this year based on 11 months of actuals and 1 month estimated is just over $100 million. Definitely one of the big ticket items. Wanted to review some of the COVID-19 related impacts on the IHSS program. There was an additional $15 million in state general funds. That roughly comes out to about $30 million. For COVID-related expenditures, San Joaquin share of that was $218,000. Public authorities received about $300,000 to distribute PPE for San Joaquin County. That resulted in about $8,500. And we're hoping to spend that. We've had a lot of help, which I'll go into in a minute, to pay back the county to some degree. The state is fully paying for any COVID-related sick leave, so providers like your staff are eligible for the additional sick pay due to the COVID-19 regulations. And there also is an enhanced wage for emergency backup providers, which is they get an additional $2 an hour. So this would happen if, somebody's provider couldn't work anymore because their kids were at home or they were sick. As to my knowledge, we do not have anybody in this county that has utilized that. I just don't know of any at this point. And you may recall in April, this board approved an additional $183,000 for the purchase of personal protective equipment. Definitely had a lot of challenges with that. We did get gloves starting in the first week of May, and we began distributions on May 14th. OES provided 5 disaster service workers for outreach, scheduling, and distribution of PPE during the month of May. We absolutely could not have done it without them. My staff were all direct service providers, and we'll talk about the impacts on them later, but we wouldn't have been able to do it. The surgical masks started arriving in mid-May in very small amounts. We finally got them the first week of June. And so we mostly distributed gloves for the first 3 weeks, and then ran out of gloves about a week after we started distributing masks, so it wasn't ideal in that regard. Also had not been able to get any wipes or hand sanitizer. I found hand sanitizer, but to get an amount that would reasonably cover the number of providers that we expect to come in and pick up stuff, PPE, required storing 980 gallons of hand sanitizer, and the regulations on that are pretty strict. There's just no facility in the area that had that, so we had to forego that at this time. We also had a second group of disaster service workers start working for this month. They are distributing PPE as we speak, but we only have masks left. 500 at the end of May, 531 providers had received PPE, and they were providers that care for about almost 700 recipients. And in the last 2 weeks that the second crew has been working, I believe we distributed to about 400 providers. There were some initial issues with concerns about traffic safety and that type of thing. So the first few distributions were limited, but once they got used to the number of no-shows and that kind of thing. Right now, we've been just getting the word out to all providers through our Facebook, which we don't have a lot of people on Facebook, our website, and the union has been helping. They do like a text blast to everybody they have a cell phone for. So it's been a lot better, between 40 and 120 people each day. And we're doing about 4 days a week on the distribution. For the public authority, we've had a number of impacts. Currently, our offices are still closed. We have a few structural issues to address. Our front office area is a little awkward, but hopefully we'll have that cleared up soon. All services are being provided via telephone, email, or through the website. We have some forms that people can fill out that are submitted to us. The staff did establish an emergency provider backup listing, and last I looked, about 30 people on that. But to the best of my knowledge, we have not utilized that. It just hasn't been needed. People are really reluctant to change providers right now, have somebody new come into their home. So my gut is telling me that anybody that's gotten sick or anything like that, they've had a different family member come in. So we haven't really needed that emergency backup system. The time to process hires, though, has increased significantly. People used to get their paperwork, complete it all, and then bring it all at once, come in with their IDs into the office, and that's not happening now. So we're getting people to send it in. So some of the technology issues where my staff don't understand a lot about different file types, and a lot of providers definitely don't. So working through those issues is a bit of a challenge. We do have an online system that we are working with. Right now we're going to begin testing. We have the providers aren't completing the entire orientation right now. The state gave us some flexibility, so they will have to see the orientation video at some point and then come in for in-person ID verification. And they have to have an opportunity to meet with the union. So those things will be starting up as soon as we get the office open. We'll have a kind of appointment set up. Through the technology we're trying out, we have the ability to show the orientation online. And our hope is that we can reach an agreement with the union to use that going forward as well, which would reduce the foot traffic and the number of people that have to come in at any given time going forward as well. But for catching up, it's going to be a great tool because people can watch the orientation at their convenience. And I believe the deadline is being extended to September 30th, and we'll have until December 31st to complete the orientations for the people that haven't. Initially, we normally process about 250 to 300 hires a month. And in April, I think we got 50 people, 80 people through. But now it's pretty close to normal now. We've got the kinks out of the system and it's working. For IHSS, I did check this out with IHSS, make sure I wasn't giving out any bad information. Social workers are able to provide most services remotely. So, as an example, recipients that need increased hours, the social worker does not have to go out and do a reassessment. They're able to do that over the phone. So the state gave some temporary regulations, giving us some flexibilities with that. Reassessments are scheduled to resume June 1st. I haven't heard anything about any changes in that. Initial assessments still require a home visit for new IHSS applicants, but the process has changed and they do a kind of a pre-assessment evaluation via phone so that the amount of time they're in the home is reduced, which is probably a good strategy for that. Social workers, additionally, there's some additional funding for social workers to telephone welfare checks on IHSS recipients. Main goal of this is to see if they have any unmet needs. As an example, people are struggling with food, so they would connect them to community resources to get additional food if that was an issue for them. For the budget proposal, the proposed budget is a total of just a little over $6.5 million, which is actually a slight increase over the previous year. Primarily, the increase is due to the change in benefits. About $5.5 million spent this year, and there'll be just about 5.7 million for the coming year.
Mr. McHugh, for clarification, I want to make sure the board and the public know that that proposed column, it looks like it may have an incorrect year. It looks like it probably should have been 2020, 2021 proposed. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So for both the board and the public, that proposed column for the $6,538,999, that is what is being proposed this morning for the public hearing process.
Sorry about that. Just a slight increase in salaries and benefits, mostly in the benefits and retirement area. Service and supply shows a reduction because of the one-time purchase of PPE from this year, so that's why that reduction is there. And the centrally budgeted expenses are going up. We're using a little more technology, and we had switched to an additional server about 2 years ago, so it's a little bit higher than it had been budgeted for. With that, would request that the board open a public hearing for the 2021 proposed budget for the IHSS Public Authority.
Are there any questions of Mr. McHugh? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. McHugh. There's something I want to get a little clarity on. I know that you had said for a while it was stalled, but I've read on one of your slides that currently there are between 70 and 80 hires per week. Is that for providers?
Yes, IHSS providers.
And this is every week of the year?
Well, right now it's every week of the month, and part of that is there's some catch-up involved. It averages about 300 a month in general.
And are these new hires into the program, or is this?
It's a combination of rehires and new hires. It's about 200 new a month, between 150 and 200 a month are new, and then 150 and 100 are people that are rehired or had worked previously as a provider. A lot of times people get rehired by the same person, but there are people that do this as a job, so they're getting rehired by someone else.
Got it. Okay. And through the chair, I wanted to ask CAO Ms. Nino. I know that we've seen projections, but do we anticipate this program to grow as is proposed here with 200 new people a month?
Yes, Supervisor Patty. I know last budget season, I think it was, HSA did some incredible projections of what the anticipated cost would be. So yes.
That's right on track with what we've been presented in the past. I'm just double checking.
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Normally I have some slides on our services and show they've been kind of a steady increase. This year, a lot of that is kind of knocked out of kilter because of the way things have happened, but it has been a very regular increase in the program. I would say that this year shows a bit of a departure with the significant increase in caseload. Caseload increases statewide have usually been between 2 and 5%. But when the economy is bad, it's not unusual for our caseload to increase as people move from somewhere more expensive to somewhere less expensive. So maybe they're able to stay in the Bay Area with their family, and then they can't afford that anymore, so they come back to our area. It could be some of that going on, or it could just be the demographics are really kicking in as far as the aging.
And I'm sure that when we have these hires, we're fitting within the criteria of what qualifies as a proper case or caseload. Can you give an idea of what's the rejection rate if you have 200 new applicants or 200 new applicant hires in the course of a month? Is 100% of anybody that puts in an application hired as an IHSS provider, or is there a 10% case review?
It's very close to 100%. The recipient is the person who's making the hiring decision. Mm-hmm. So the only reason they can be rejected is if they have it's called a tier 1 crime. And those are three very specific crimes: a certain type of child sexual abuse, Medicare, Medicaid fraud, or fraud of a program like IHSS, a supportive services program, and the third one I'm drawing a blank on, but there's three that are federally prohibited from working, so the state wouldn't get any reimbursement from the feds if that person worked. We get about 12 those tier 1 crimes a year. So we do about 3,000 background checks on providers. Providers that are being rehired by someone else, if they worked in the past 12 months, they don't have to redo their background checks. So the number of background checks we do is lower than the number of hires. So it's really only about 10 or 12 people that are rejected. Probably about another 40 have to get what's called a waiver for tier 2 crime, where we inform the recipient of what that crime is, and they have to sign a waiver saying that they want to hire them still, despite of that. So the very small number of people get rejected because it's not really our hiring decision. When we send referrals out to people that are looking for someone to hire, we send out a list of 3 to 5 names, and those people have passed a background check with a higher standard, a standard that was developed by the board back in 2002, actually. And probably half the applicants are rejected initially for incomplete applications, and then about another 20% get rejected because there's a pretty long list of crimes that are fairly common, things like theft and domestic violence and that type of thing.
And so when you had mentioned that there's, it seemed like roughly 2/3 are new hires, is there an annual reapplication process?
No, most of that is just driven by turnover. There are a good number of recipients who just keep that same provider for many years. But there are a small number of recipients who have a significant amount of turnover. So they drive a lot of the rehiring. They're getting, there's some recipients that get 6 or 7 lists a year from us, and they might go through 6 or 7 people.
So the application is from the actual recipient, not the provider, service provider.
Well, the recipient notifies us that they're hiring someone, and then we work with the provider to get them through that process.
Got it. Okay. Do you have any idea during the course of the year how much fraud is discovered, if any? I mean, what's that process of review and discovering that? The reason why I asked this, I remember somebody being at an event, and the guy was telling me, yeah, I'm on my way up to Oregon to go fishing for the summer, and I'm going to get paid because I'm a provider for my mother.
Yeah, and I think I remember that story from the past, and that could also not be fraud. So if the mother went with him, and
case,
yeah, if that's not the case, that's definitely fraud. I think the most famous one is a deputy down in Fresno, the sheriff's deputy that was on a cruise and submitting timesheets for his parents. But that does happen. Our county has always been pretty good about identifying fraud. It happens regularly. We get probably, I'd say, between 6 and 15 notifications a year of someone that's been convicted of fraud. There are a lot of repayments. So there's a process where the Medi-Cal system checks against the IHSS system for hours worked while someone's in the hospital, and that process recovers some money. Sometimes people don't realize that they can't get paid for cleaning the house while the person's in the hospital, so they're still cleaning the house or doing that type of thing. Other people think because they're at the hospital helping, they can get paid for that time, and they can't. So the hospital's supposed to get paid for all that. So there are a fair number of recoveries. I would say probably between 20 and 40 a year where there's some type of recovery It's short of fraud, but the funds are recovered.
Okay, well, thank you for that information.
Questions? Supervisor Wynn.
Well, I appreciate the efforts because, over the years there's been discussions about potential fraud and the care. How do you, or how does the program assess the quality of care that's provided? In other words, does the recipient have an opportunity on a periodic basis, whether it be annual or whatever, to provide a kind of a survey as to what kind of care they're receiving? Because my experience is sometimes these caregivers aren't necessarily the most compassionate, I'll put it that way. So do we have any way for the recipients to, and not because obviously if they complain, you follow up on that, but sometimes, for a variety of reasons, they just don't do it for whatever reason. And I think the question is there a mechanism by which these caregivers are evaluated periodically as to the kind of or quality of service they're providing?
Yes, this might be a better question for the program people, but I have been doing this for a long time, so I think I know things anyways. So give it a shot. The social workers do a reassessment about every 18 months, and that's an opportunity for the social worker to go back in the home. And we have had instances where the social worker contacts us and says, hey, this person needs help finding a new caregiver. The other person's just not doing it. There is also a quality assurance team, and they do a review, a case review, so that's an experienced person that's a supervisor and reviews cases that are selected randomly. And so they do a desk review, and if they have questions, they contact either the social worker or the recipient. And there are cases identified through that. And it is a type of fraud when the provider is getting paid but not providing the service. And it's a little harder to identify, but Chris is coming up. You want to jump in there?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'd just like to articulate that approximately 79% of the providers are related to the recipient. The opportunity for recipients, obviously, to provide feedback, to terminate their provider. I think when 79% of them are receiving care from relatives, termination may be a little problematic because of familial relationships, but ultimately the provider, the recipient is the employer for the provider, and they can terminate those services at any time. Our social workers do an annual redetermination, and right now those redeterminations are on hold until July 1st by order of the state, but those reassessments are done on an annual basis. And we always take calls and feedback from the recipients and have obviously conversations and reassess what those services are. And I'd just like to follow up on Supervisor Patty's question about fraud. And we do partner with the District Attorney's Office, have a quality assurance unit in HSA, and also partner with the DA's Office for investigations of in-home supportive services fraud referrals. And if I may just articulate as well, the 7% reduction, proposed reduction in hours, was actually rejected in the budget proposal. So that was referred to a little bit.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then I am going to open the public hearing, and I am going to ask if there are any members of the public who wish to address the board at this time. Clerk of the board, did we receive any comments via email?
No, we have not, Madam Chair.
Okay. Then seeing no public comment, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to bring it back to the board, ask if there are any additional questions for Mr. McHugh, and if not, I would entertain a motion in a second.
Make a motion to accept.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the in-home supportive services public authority salary schedule and interagency agreement and the 2020-2021 budget. Please cast your votes. That is approved 5-0. Thank you, Mr. McHugh.
Thank you.
So I'm now going to adjourn the in-home supportive services public authority meeting and reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. The public hearing for the 2020-2021 county budget is now continued. We're going to begin with presentations with an overview of non-county organizations by Management Analyst 3, Connie Hart. Good morning, Ms. Hart.
Good morning. Organized here. Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The next item scheduled for discussion today is the county's contribution to various non-county organizations. The specific, I need to take this off. This is a little longer than yesterday's. The specific organizations are listed in your binder following the tab number 2 labeled non-county organizations. The tab contains a brief description of the function of each organization. Following the general introduction of each is an expanded description of the agencies that have been recommended for funding. As noted in the non-county organizations summary in your binder, the recommended contributions for organizations are based on a zero-based budget approach, with the exception of the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum, which has a base budget of $384,300. Staff developed and shared detailed funding request instructions and guidelines with those non-county organizations that received funding in 1920, as well as any additional non-county organizations that have expressed interest. The guidance document clearly spelled out the timeline and due date of March 6th for receipt of proposals, as well as the zero-based budget approach. Specific information was sought, including the organization's operational budgets, other county funding received, programmatic spending plans, and performance-based metrics used in the evaluation of projected outcomes. The basis for recommendation include consistency with the Board of Supervisors' strategic priorities, countywide service delivery, and outcomes from last year's funding. The proposals are included in your binders in alphabetical order within the 3 types of non-county organizations: economic promotion, community services, and cultural services. At tab 2.1, IHUB San Joaquin has requested $20,000 to support its 2021 program, including the Leadership Speaker Series and Mentoring Program events. Last year, the IHUB received $10,000 for the annual H2O Hackathon, a water technology challenge, and healthcare and construction technology-related events, and currently receives no other county funding. Unfortunately, the H2O Hackathon, scheduled for March 2020, was canceled due to the COVID pandemic. Several county executives participate and serve on the IHUB Board of Directors, and the recommended budget includes $10,000 in support of IHUB San Joaquin's 2021 program, leaving an unfunded amount of $10,000. At tab 2.2, the San Joaquin County Economic Development Association has requested $110,000 to assist with economic development, marketing activities, and for a consultant to study the creation and implementation of an enhanced infrastructure financing district, or EIFD. Last year, this organization received $50,000 and currently receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes partial funding of $55,000 to fund business retention efforts in the county. This leaves an unfunded amount of $55,000 for the consultant costs related to the study of the implementation of an EIFD. The request for the additional $55,000 may be reconsidered when a specific EIFD project strategy is presented. At tab 2.3, the San Joaquin Partnership has requested $60,000 to assist with economic development and marketing activities focused on attracting new and expanding businesses to the county, including the Greater Silicon Valley Initiative, a joint marketing venture between the county and the San Joaquin Partnership. Last year, this organization received $50,000 and currently receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes partial funding of $50,000, leaving an unfunded amount of $10,000. This additional $10,000 was intended to support a regional investor summit and will be reconsidered once a comprehensive plan, including a budget for the event, is developed. At tab 2.4, Bread of Life Ministries has requested $75,000 to support its grocery distribution program. Last year, this organization received $55,000 for the program and currently receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $75,000 to support the grocery distribution program and the expanded service of providing food to 8 additional nonprofits to assist with their feeding programs. At tab 2.5, the Children's Home of Stockton has requested $158,558 to support its substance abuse prevention, aftercare, and transitional planning program. Last year, this organization received $114,389 for the program and currently receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes partial funding of $99,891 to support the proportionate share of service recipients in the program that are from San Joaquin County, which is 63%. This leaves an unfunded amount of $58,667. At tab 2.6, the Community Partnership for Families has requested $158,378 to support the assessment, resource connection, and case management services to youth and adults involved in the criminal justice system. Last year, this organization received $145,758 in funding for the support of this program. Currently, this organization receives approximately $1.7 million in other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $158,378 to support assessment, resource connection, and case management services to youth and adults involved in the criminal justice system. At 2.7, Fixed Veterans Transition Resources has requested $161,490 to provide funding for travel expenses, incentives, random drug testing, continuous alcohol monitoring, peer counseling, and life coach referrals for veterans overseen by the Veterans Treatment Court. This is the first year that this organization has requested funding and receives no other county funding. The recommended budget provides no funding for this organization. For 2019-20, your board awarded $67,980 to the Veterans Treatment Court. The subsequent agreement allowed for the County Veterans Services Office to administer the program and funding on behalf of the Veterans Treatment Court. Pursuant to the agreement, 50% of the funding, or $33,990, was released in September 2019. At mid-year, the Veterans Services Office reported that only $7,517 had been expended. It is projected that approximately $19,000 will be expended by the end of 2019-20. Therefore, the remaining $33,990, or the second 50%, was not released, and the Veterans Services Office has been advised that any excess funds at the end of 2019-20 are to be returned to the general fund. The funding request of $161,490 received from Fixed is more than double the 2019-20 funding of $67,980 awarded to Veterans Treatment Court. As previously stated, it is anticipated that the Veterans Treatment Court will expend approximately $19,000, or 28%, on this program in 1920, and will return any excess funds to the general fund. County's Healthcare Services Agency has submitted a supplemental request of $40,000 for its Veterans Services Office budget for this program to continue to be administered by the Veterans Services Office in order to provide a more sustainable source of funding and to allow for the expansion of services provided by the Veterans Treatment Court. The County Administrator's Office has analyzed the current program and determined that the appropriate vehicle to provide funding is through the Veterans Services Office budget. Therefore, the 2021 recommended budget includes funding of $40,000 in the Veterans Services Office budget, and funding for fixed is not recommended. At tab 2.8, the Haven of Peace has requested $29,005 to provide funding for the replacement of 40-year-old perimeter fencing. Last year, this organization did not request funding and currently receives $12,316 in other county funding. The recommended budget includes partial funding of $26,104 to provide funding based on the proportionate share of service recipients that are from San Joaquin County, which is 90%. This leaves an unfunded amount of $2,901. At tab 2.9, the Lord's Gem City Center has requested $130,571 to support its Oasis Cares feeding program. This is the first year that the Lord's Gem has requested county funding, and this organization receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes the full $130,571 in funding for the Oasis Cares program. At tab 2.10, the Women's Center Youth and Family Services has requested $225,000 for supportive, educational, and crisis intervention services to victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, coupled with emergency shelter for homeless, runaway, and throwaway youth. Last year, this organization received $158,400 and currently receives approximately $1.1 million in other county funding. The recommended budget includes partial funding of $202,500 based on the proportionate share of service recipients that are from San Joaquin County at 90%. This leaves an unfunded amount of $22,500. The recommended funding of $202,500 is partially offset by the recommended funding from the Domestic Violence Trust Fund in the amount of $122,000. The Domestic Violence Trust Fund is comprised of fees collected and deposited into the fund and receives its revenue from two sources, including $4 from each marriage license issued by the county and fines collected for domestic violence cases. After analysis of the trust fund by the County Administrator's Office, the recommended budget limits annual funding from the trust based on a 5-year average of deposits made into the trust. For 2021, it is estimated that $122,000 would be available to fund appropriate programs from the trust. At tab 2.11, the Mickey Grove Zoological Society has requested $100,000 to provide an enhanced zoo education program at the Mickey Grove Zoo. This organization received $100,000 in funding last year. The Zoological Society currently receives no other county funding, and the recommended budget includes the full $100,000 in funding for the zoo education program. At tab 2.12, the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum has requested $16,750 in addition to the base funding amount of $384,300 for a total request of $401.50. The $16,750 includes $6,750 to develop a master plan that was actually awarded in 1920 but unspent, and $10,000 to upgrade its website. Last year, this organization received the base funding amount of $384,300 plus $16,750 in one-time funding to provide funding for the master plan and for additional part-time hours for the archivist. I will note that because that $6,750 was not spent in 1920, it will be returned to the general fund, and then we're asking that to be funded again in 2021. The Historical Society currently receives $216,784 in in-kind county support for grounds maintenance, tree trimming, and waiver of parking fees for Historical Society members. This organization receives no other county funding. The recommended budget includes the base amount of $384,300 and $11,250 in one-time funding to partially address this request for a total of $395,550. This leaves an unfunded amount of $5,500. Each organization has been advised of staff's funding recommendation and notified of today's hearing. My understanding is that some individuals may wish to address the board regarding their organization's needs. I will request their comments to your board in the order that we just reviewed, beginning with tab 2.1. Madam Chair, this concludes my presentation on the non-county organizations, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have. Should there be no questions, I will call the first non-county organization to make their presentation.
Any questions? Okay, let's get started.
All right. Under tab 2.1, we have Shelley Burcham, Chair of the Board of Directors of IHSS San Joaquin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've got to remove this too, or else my glasses fog up, and I can't.
Exactly. And we're changing the microphone cover after each speaker, so you don't need to worry about that.
Awesome.
We're asking that everybody limit their comments to the 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Once again, Shelley Burcham. I am actually Economic Development Administrator for the City of Lathrop, but I do represent IHUB San Joaquin as their chair. The IHUB has been in existence since 2014 as designated by the state's Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. Our purpose is to stimulate, partnerships, economic development, and job creation by leveraging assets to provide innovative platform in the core areas of healthcare, agribusiness, and sustainable construction technologies. I think that our organization since 2014 has greatly evolved. The county funding, we've been very appreciative of what has been provided. The funding, a lot of the funding has been allocated towards specific hackathon events. There is a need to fund the additional $10,000, which is for marketing of our promotion of our programs and different events that we attend. We have built quite a bit of partnerships, and we're really an incubator for many of these events that have happened and have taken off, such as the hackathon. This would have been the 5th year, so we have to roll it into 2021 to do the 5th year, but San Joaquin County Office of Education is a great partner in that event. The Cybersecurity Leadership Series event was one that we initiated in 2019. We held 2 of those events to bring awareness to public agencies and private sector agencies about the cybersecurity, which has become very problematic. Health Force Partners, IHUB San Joaquin was an initiative of helping in creating the Health Force Partners to look at our workforce pipeline for the healthcare industries. And we had an Ag Tech Summit that was held as well that actually it had, sorry, that kind of threw me off. They had a panel discussion with farmers and industry experts, insights, for entrepreneur pitch. So they had investors there and all, and I think some of you were there. I remember seeing you. So once again, we request that you consider, we appreciate the 10,000 that you've been providing, but we have requested 20 for this reason of being able to utilize it for marketing and other type services as well, not just for a specific event. We do raise quite a bit of sponsorship dollars to help us with those funding opportunities as well. The city of Manteca has also contributed towards this. Most of the cities, I would say the majority of them have also provided for hackathon, but we have a lack in funding towards the other expenses that are required. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burcham.
Boy, I timed that right.
Okay, under tab 2.2, we have John Solis, Executive Director of the San Joaquin Economic Development Association.
Thank you for the opportunity to meet and provide some remarks. As you know, the San Joaquin County Economic Development Association plays a critical role in economic development in San Joaquin County, working in partnership with all our partners, the Chambers of Commerce, the municipalities' economic development departments, as well as the San Joaquin Partnership, and a lot of the service organizations that deliver services to businesses. We are a leading entity for business retention and expansion, and we are strong partners in small business development, job creation, and industry attraction and expansion. co-located at the Comprehensive Center in San Joaquin County, the WorkNet San Joaquin County Comprehensive Center. We leverage the resources that you provide, the Workforce Development Board, and the limited economic development funding that we have. And, during this fiscal year, we have contacted 920 businesses, continuing the conversation to really take the pulse of what their needs are and making sure that we're responsive to the needs of the business community. Recognize that the coronavirus has had a significant impact on a lot of the small business concerns. And we have had 150 warn notices that equated to about 11,600 individuals. That does not include all the small businesses that fell by the wayside, downsized, and they did not submit a warn notice because pretty much they were exempt from doing that. And so we have a lot of individuals that have been displaced. We made approximately 320 business referrals to our partner agencies for services, and these are the services that were under crisis that needed that support. And we will continue to do that as we start reopening. Steve Landsberg is on the line, and he wanted to give you an update on the revolving loan fund, so I'd like to defer that to him since I only have a minute left. Steve, are you on the line?
Yes, John. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Steve Landsberger, Economic Development Director, as John indicated. Just a couple quick bullet points on the revolving loan fund. This past year, we've created the Emergency Business Support Fund through the RLF to help small businesses affected by the pandemic. We've had about 30 applicants approaches for that support, and we're processing those applications currently. I expect we will use the entire $600,000 we've got allocated for that particular program. One other thing that I think I'd like to point out in the limited time we have is this year the federal EDA provided the county the opportunity to supplement its revolving loan fund to a direct allocation to provide recovery assistance to small business in San Joaquin County. What was happening is we are creating a separate COVID-19 revolving loan fund being capitalized with about $5 million from the federal government. And so that money should be coming our way here in the next couple of months, and we will be looking in earnest to get that money on the street because we have the 2-year window to loan all of those funds out to business or to have to be returned to the federal EDA. So we're going to be busy at the RLF. We've got a lot of applicants in the pipeline that need assistance. So I will gladly thank all of you for your time this morning and appreciate your support of the EDA and the revolving loan fund.
Excuse me. Thank you very much for your continuing support, and we will take whatever money you give us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solis.
Okay, at tab 2.3, we have Bob Gutierrez, the Interim Chief Executive Officer of the San Joaquin Partnership.
Chair and board members, happy to be here today, and we appreciate the continued partnership that you provide for the San Joaquin Partnership in San Joaquin. We've worked extensively over the last year to reboot the organization, a lot of it being a digital reboot with our website, social media campaign, and then also looking at how we interact and engage in the community at large here in San Joaquin with our other cities, as well as our major employers and the folks that work at EDA and WorkNet, so we can better understand what the job needs are and how to apply those employees or employee opportunities to major employers coming into the area for retention and also for attraction. So we've worked aggressively on that, and even in the midst of COVID-19, we've actually had a lot of interest from both brokers, site selectors, and organizations throughout the country that are still looking at San Joaquin County aggressively. So we've been very thankful that we haven't lost anything in that regard, and we continue to pursue some of these major projects that should be coming about within the next year. So as we do that, we'll continue to update you on some of those priorities of interest, some of them being in rail, logistics, manufacturing, tend to be our continued focus points. Agriculture continues to be a strong suit of ours as well as far as exports are concerned. So we're really focusing on how we can expand our marketing efforts on that in a digital way. We've been looking at some AI programs that will allow us to reach some of those audiences that we're not able to do right now because we're not able to travel. So once we get those programs up and running at the 1st of July, we'll be able to look at how do we maximize those marketing efforts and how do we micro-target those groups and interest groups that are looking at San Joaquin. One of our great partners, the iHub, we've been working with them for the last year. We did 2 cybersecurity events. Great opportunity for us to engage public works, manufacturing community. We continue to focus on those efforts. We're working with the California Manufacturers Technology Consultants right now on attracting some funding that we'll receive through the CARES Act now that will allow us to expand that effort to manufacturers here in San Joaquin County and hopefully recruit more. We're also looking at getting engaged with the 599 corridor again as far as the airport is concerned and working with Russ Stark out there to expand their economic development opportunities, continue to see the increase with Amazon Prime and focus on some additional areas that surround the airport corridor. So with that, I'd like to ask you if you have any questions, but again, we continue to appreciate the conversations. I've had the opportunity to speak to several of you, including Ms. Nino, on several occasions to talk about some of these priorities, and we're looking forward to continue to provide that service for you. One thing I will say on the $10,000 that wasn't funded for the regional event, we're looking at doing that now from a virtual standpoint, and that came as a byproduct of 3 other communities coming to us to say that they wanted to do an event. And so now in this new year, we're looking at doing that virtually, hopefully in the fall.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Gutierrez? Supervisor Wynn?
Actually, it's more of a comment. I just want to recognize Bob's efforts and certainly continuation of Mike Amon and actually Shelley when she was at the partnership. A tremendous amount of effort put forth to benefit our county economically. And I serving on the partnership, I really appreciate the direction that we're headed, and certainly some of the things you've talked about. And there's a whole bunch of others to add to that list. But I think that this year will be a bellwether year, so to speak, in regards to some innovative approaches which should advantage our businesses and certainly our residents as far as jobs. So I just wanted to make that comment and thank you and the entire staff for the efforts you're making.
Thank you, Supervisor Wynn.
Thank you. Yeah, I attended one of the cybersecurity events. It was excellent. It was very informative. It was well attended. And there was a lot of engagement on the part of the business community that was there. So I think there's a lot of value there. And we'll look forward to revisiting this when you get a budget and everything put together for the actual event.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you.
Forward to it. Thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the money the additional money you're asking, do you have a breakdown of how you would use those funds?
So we don't right now. We're actually kind of developing that budget right now. We've made some inquiries, and we're looking at doing a virtual event with the city of Stockton, which will be our first virtual event that we do for this. So what we learned from that will apply to a budget that would be reflective of what we could do here with the county.
Got it. And then one other question. In this last political season, the partnership made a financial contribution to certain candidates that were running in races. Is that a normal use of funds for the San Joaquin Partnership?
The San Joaquin Partnership doesn't do anything politically related. That might be the Business Council or some of their activities that they might have done.
Okay, I thought you and I had talked about that. I thought that was...
No, it's not the partnership. The partnership is a 501c6, and we're a public-private partnership. So we receive public dollars, and we're restricted from being able to do that.
Great. More than one person had mentioned it to me, so they might be confusing it. I wanted to clear that up. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, under tab 2.4, we have Gina Valadez, President of Bread of Life Ministries.
Good morning. It is always a pleasure for me to be here, Ms. Nino, members of the board, and Ms. Hart. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for everything that the county has done to support Bread of Life. From the bottom of my heart, really, it is my heart to help people. And we could not do this without your support. And I mean that with the pandemic that has affected everybody. Well, we're giving groceries. There were a lot of people in need, and we had to change the efforts and the way that we did it. And I just want to take a brief moment to explain how we went forth with that. So previous, we would have our food giveaway. We would give groceries once a month to members of the community that were in need, and they would come to multiple locations that we had throughout the county. Well, since the pandemic, we could no longer congregate, and so we created an Amazon type of a delivery system. So now, if you need groceries, then what you would do is go onto our website, very easy. You put your name, your information, your address, phone number, your demographics, and somebody will come to your house within 5 days, knock on your door or ring your doorbell, leave a great big box of groceries, so there's no communication with the individual that's receiving the product, and then they would leave. We would leave. So the best part of this, and I have to say this, the best part of this is if any one of you have ever struggled financially and ever had to ask for help or borrow money or go stand in a food line, there could be a little bit of resistance, you know. Through this system, we never see your face, we don't know who you are, there's no embarrassment, we just bring you the groceries, we leave them, and we go. And since the pandemic, we have averaged 500 families a week. There was a time when I actually thought we were going to run out of groceries. And thankfully, our supporters that provide the food, they came forth and they just gave it to us, and we've not run out. We continue to do what we do best. And I just want to thank you and bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Valadez. It's a pleasure for us to be able to participate in your program. I think one of the things that's so striking about what you do is you've created this incredible nonprofit organization, and this isn't really your day job. You started this in your extra time that you carved out of your day, and so this is very impressive what you have managed to accomplish. In how many years has it been?
It's been 10 years.
10 years. So you've gone from a very small food giveaway to this organization where you're now delivering food to 500 families a week. It's incredible. And, I know I speak for the rest of the board. We're happy to be one of your partners.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you.
Supervisor Wynn?
And just a brief comment. I want to make mention of the volunteers that have also helped. Ms. Valdez talks about, leaving them on the doorstep, and yes, that happens. But oftentimes they do come out, and you do meet them face to face. And I would only say this, that people are very appreciative of what they receive. In fact, I've even heard comments from some of the children who come out is, we have food, which really shares, the plight of these families. And I would also add, and I mentioned this before, that gone into neighborhoods that are very nice, with actually some brand new cars in the front yard. And so the reason I bring that up is because we don't know what people are experiencing behind those doors. And it's groups like Bread of Life that really reach out and make a difference, and I want to certainly thank the entire staff, actually, for what they've done, and Kevin, et cetera, because they have made a difference in a lot of lives, and it is important that we do provide those necessities in this pandemic that has affected everyone. So anyway, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, next we have under tab 2.5, Joelle Gomez, Chief Executive Officer of the Children's Home of Stockton.
Good morning, everybody. I actually first want to start out with a kudo back to Gina at Bread of Life, because apart from the providers and the families that she supports, She reached out to Children's Home of Stockton at one point. Our kids were in need of some delicious snacks that they provided, and so it's just wonderful to see that kind of connection happening, especially during this very unsettling time that we're going through. Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, county staff, thank you. Thank you for the ongoing support in our efforts to provide very critical services to one of the most vulnerable populations in our community, and that's foster youth. Like everybody who is dealing with not only a unprecedented time with the COVID-19 as well as the civil unrest that we're experiencing, I want our board to understand that kids in the foster care system are probably dealing with things that none of us might even imagine. It really compounds the problem, the issues. As essential workers, of course, Children's Home of Stockton throughout the pandemic has had to stay in operation responding to our kids. But just imagine this, most of us, even though it's been really difficult, have been able to shelter at home with our families. We've been able to have at least that time with our loved ones. Our kids have not had that luxury. They've had to stay sheltered in place on our campus. Our amazing staff have been trying to do a whole lot to keep our kids engaged, to provide safety and stabilization. The funding that you provide for our substance abuse transition aftercare program is critical and more than ever, especially during these unsettling times. Because one, although we're still accepting youth into our program, into our short-term residential therapeutic program, during COVID-19, some who have been exposed to COVID-19, the discharge or the exit of these kids is not happening as quickly as normal. And so transition aftercare and providing that next level, that step down, is really critical. I just want to ask, because I know my time is really limited, that the board maybe reconsider the allotted amount in this fiscal year. It's about a 12.5% decrease from the previous year. And yet we are seeing kids who may not have originated from San Joaquin County, but when they step down and after they succeed in our program, they remain here in San Joaquin County. Jacob is a perfect example who just stepped down in March. He is now in our apartments that we own across the street from our campus. If it wasn't for that arrangement, he would be homeless. Again, I just ask that you really consider increasing the allocated amount as we're starting to see far more kids needing extra support to be stable and to transition on independently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, under tab 2.6, we have Meredith Baker, Executive Director of the Community Partnership for Families.
Sorry. Good morning, San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors. We are thankful for the ongoing trust, funding, and commitment you have provided to Community Partnership for Families as we provide supportive wraparound services across San Joaquin County that target our most vulnerable communities. Our staff and participants who have been directly and positively impacted by your support created a video sharing their stories. However, it is too long to play during this budget hearing, but has been emailed to each of you. I hope you take the time to hear their stories and see their smiles as they describe their achievements and beam with newfound confidence. In 1964, President Lyndon B. Johnson declared a war on poverty. Since then, we have spent over $30 trillion on programs that have made poverty less painful, but have failed to significantly impact systematic and generational poverty. Grant Collins, who served as the Deputy Director of the Office of Family Assistance and the Department of Health and Human Services, stated this: poverty is much of a state of mind as it is the lack of material goods and resources, and as such, many of us are poor even with a paycheck. Covering up disparities with a Band-Aid doesn't make them go away. We must examine the root causes and reasons of poverty and address the family as a whole. Children who encounter poverty between birth and age 5 or in the early teen years are more likely to engage in both property and violent offenses. Growing up in chronically poor households is undeniably correlated with youthful offending. It is clear that we cannot address crime without addressing poverty. The majority of this funding request specifically targets youth aged 12 to 24 with multi-system involvement, whose assessments demonstrate a high risk level based on their physical, economical, educational, and social emotional resiliency. Over the past year, we served over 60 youth who met these high risk indicators. 20% of those were in juvenile hall and referred to us by the district attorney's office, public defender, and probation. We've been watching very closely for the potential closure of DJJ and the placement of those youth in the county. We expect our number of referrals to only increase. Of those youth, they spent an average of 6.2 months with us and 95 hours that our staff spent with these youth in one-on-one case management, court navigation, family intervention, home visitation, and positive youth development group. That is a total of 5,700 hours of dedicated staff time. By spending time developing each individual youth's resiliency and capacity, our efforts have led to a decrease in juvenile arrests, a decrease in unexcused absences, a decrease in CPS, and an increase in educational success, family stability, and social emotional resiliency. A small portion of this budget will be leveraged with both private and federal funds for the CalFresh Employment and Training Program to provide technical and career training, transportation, and supportive services to vulnerable adults who fall outside the scope of AB 109. This funding will allow us to host and facilitate training programs without limiting eligibility based on an individual's probation status.
Thank you. Supervisor Patty, quick question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question. Based on what I'm reading, we've provided the full amount that you've asked for.
Yes.
So are you?
I'm just thanking you. Yeah, I didn't get to finish. I just wanted to share some of the outcomes and thank you.
Well, I'm inquiring, is there an additional ask or is there something additional to the funding request that you've already made that we've allocated?
Not at this time.
Okay, so was there anything extremely pertinent that you needed to share that involved this funding?
No, just that we're very grateful for it and we've seen some very positive outcomes.
Okay, well, in conclusion of my statements, what you do and your involvement in the entire organization, everybody that contributes and participates, is an incredible impact in San Joaquin County, and I applaud that. I was kind of hoping you're asking for something additional so we could, stand here and support because you guys do such a great job. Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Meredith, I just wanted to tell you I watched the video and it was outstanding. Well done, and you're doing a lot for the community. I really appreciate everything you do for the children of San Joaquin County.
Oh, well, thank you. It was, they were very excited to make it and just to hear them as we have developed their voice and their ability to share their story, all at different places. And, and we didn't prompt them. And one thing that came over again and again is I have a new confidence that I never thought I would have. And I have a job, or I never believed I could be in this position. And now my family has changed. And so it's very powerful. So.
That was very beautiful. Thank you for doing that.
It was great. The video was wonderful. Thank you for sending it to us. Supervisor Wynn?
I'd agree. Meredith did raise an interesting point in regards to DJJ. I think, and I direct this to Ms. Nino, is that it would be nice to get an update. I understand the budgeting process and elimination DJJ, but I think that it's probably be beneficial for us to collaborate with organizations that can assist us in that transition. I think more importantly is to look to make sure that we are in contact with legislators because the funding is going to be critical. And when I talk about funding, I'm not just talking about the county, I'm talking about other organizations that can share some of the response to that particular change in the state's approach. So I appreciate you bringing it up because.
And as of yesterday, we're aware that there's currently, I believe 56 juveniles in DJJ locally, and so we've been watching that very closely because one thing that we do when we're refer to youth who's in juvenile hall, one of the most important things that we do is we connect back with the family because there are so many times that child has been completely alienated from their family. And so if we can build the relationship between the child and the family, we've had juvenile court cases where the child has not seen their parent in years. And we have and the parent has showed up. Sometimes the parent is nervous for being there, and so we have a different case manager. We have a case right now where we have a case manager who is working with the parent and a case manager who is working with the juvenile. But we are building those bridges and those relationships because it's very important that that everyone is on the same page, and that the youth and the family realize that probation, the district attorney, the public defender, they are working for them, not against them, and bridging that gap is, I think, one of the very important things that we were able to do.
Great.
Supervisor Wynn, Madam Chair, board members, this is a real critical. We did mention this issue and potentially a risk of an unfunded mandate because the funds have not been essentially identified at the state level. But some good news this week that the legislature and the governor's office are working on language, and it looks like they're considering postponing when this will go into place. And so that's a good news story. Probably another piece, a number of us have been in county government when AB 109 happened. Given counties, local government did not recover all of their associated costs, especially when it came to providing programs within our detention facilities. It's even tougher with our existing detention facility here in San Joaquin County from a juvenile justice perspective. But there are, I know, among the various states, the county CAOs, along with probation officers and other associations, I know the county CAOs are really looking at trying to do something regionally, because we have a number of counties, some along the 99 corridor, that have not only debt service, but have brand new facilities that could meet the needs. And then we could participate in providing what programming, we could come around this and hopefully provide a better way for these kids to transition back into the community. That's more proactive to their age and hopefully that they're productive citizens in the future. But it looks like this initiative has been postponed, but we're waiting to hear the finality of that. But this could be a very significant issue to both our community, county government, but first and foremost to that juvenile that is within our community.
I appreciate that, but I also understand state government is going to happen.
Correct.
And I think the only thing that I would take from that delay is giving us an opportunity to put together a package in collaboration, certainly with organizations like community partners, to present, because oftentimes government doesn't have the answers. They throw these things out without any input from people who are affected or agencies. So I would look forward to listening to organizations like Ms. Baker represents to make sure that we have a package, and if it's a regional or a valley-wide or whatever, but I think it's good when these discussions occur that we can raise our hand and say we have a plan, and oftentimes they'll accept that because they don't have one, and that's inevitable. So again, thank you, and I appreciate it, and I would look forward to any updates we can have for the board.
We will make sure we bring them forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Most of these realignments come about from a purely fiscal standpoint from the state. It's about sloughing off costs for expensive programs and pushing it down toward the counties. However, as we've seen with AB 109, and I believe we will see with attending to these juvenile offenders, the counties do a better job in the end. And we do typically do it for less money. And we usually get much better outcomes. So I think our key focus is going to be to make sure that this is not an unfunded mandate, that the state continues with their share of the responsibility to provide for these services. But we do have relationships in our communities, like our relationship with Community Partnership for Families, that achieves really, really good outcomes for our communities. And so I think a regional approach is great, and we'll look forward to hearing more about it. Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Elliott.
Yes, I'd just like to add a comment on that as well. Certainly through CSAC, we're pushing back against this idea of closing down the Department of Juvenile Justice and all of that, and especially on the unfunded mandate aspect of it. We always oppose unfunded mandates, And even though it may appear that it's not, in this case, it actually is an unfunded mandate. So that makes organizations like the Community Partnership for Families even more important in cases like that, where we have something that we can rely on. And I think that's one reason why the Community Partnership for Families gets the entire supplemental request that they offered, because they do demonstrate excellent results in the programs that they offer. And I think they would be an ideal choice for helping to solve this problem if it develops the way it appears it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, under tab 2.7, that is for fixed veterans transition resources. I reached out and invited them to send someone to speak, but I never heard back from them. So I'm not certain if there's anyone here. Doesn't appear so.
No.
Okay.
I do have a comment on that one, however.
Okay.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes. Right, I did speak with representatives from Fixed when they were putting this request in, and understood that they had provided many services in terms of the Veterans Court, but they had done it on a purely volunteer basis with no compensation. And so that was the purpose for their request this time. And I'd like to ask, through the chair, if Virginia Wimmer, our Veteran Service Officer, is on the phone, where she could perhaps provide some rationale here in terms of the direction that we're going now, where we have provided funding through the Veteran Services Office to take care of the requirements of the Veterans Court, and just also to comment on what relationship there may be, or what role there may be in providing these services that are required by the Veterans Court for Fixed under the new funding format that we have settled upon here, where we will focus that money to the Veterans Service Office. So through the chair, if we can ask if Ms. Wimmer is on the phone, I'd like to just hear her comments.
Certainly. Ms. Wimmer?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, so to answer your question, Supervisor Elliott, Fixed and the Veteran Treatment, San Joaquin County Veterans Treatment Court, we have a very close relationship. And there will be opportunities for Fixed to be reimbursed only for clinical services. We will not be able to reimburse them for mentor peer support services or any sort of group treatment such as AA or and the sort. But absolutely, if they provide any clinical services where we have gaps, we will be able to do that through the invoicing process.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wimmer. So I understand that part of the reason that Fixed is unable to receive funding is that the services that they provide are on a volunteer basis and are not reimbursable through the Veterans Court program. But I am happy to hear that for the clinical services that they may provide, they will at least be on your list and will be eligible for referrals of patients, and in those clinical conditions, they would be able to submit an invoice for reimbursement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. So I think we've come up with a good solution here.
Thank you. Yeah, I like the solution, building it into the budget, because it takes the uncertainty out. And so I think there's more stability for knowing that these services will be provided on an annual basis. So that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wimmer. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Under tab 2.8, Ms. Olga Rodriguez, the Executive Director of Haven of Peace, is not in attendance today, but she has provided a letter that I provided to the clerk of the board, and she asked me to read it, so I will do so now. It's very short. Dear Board of Supervisors, County Administrator, and Management Team, on behalf of the Haven of Peace and our women and children, I would like to convey my appreciation for the funding you are providing toward the replacement of our dilapidated fencing. With our new neighbors, semi-trucks parking and driving in and out at all hours of the day and night, we are ecstatic to know that the new fence will provide safety and privacy around our children's playground and surrounding property. In these past days of the COVID-19 and civil unrest, it is inspiring to know that our elected officials and county workers are still providing for the needs of the underserved in San Joaquin County. Please trust that everyone associated with the Haven of Peace will put every penny of this money toward the benefit of those that call our shelter home. May God keep you safe, healthy, and strong today and always. Love and blessings. Olga Rodriguez, Executive Director, Haven of Peace.
Thank you.
At tab 2.9, we have Heather Green, Executive Director of the Lord's Gym City Center.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. This is the first time that we are requesting funding from you all, and we very much appreciate the opportunity to be here to share what we're able to do to help youth in our community by strengthening their families and using food as a tool to do so. Youth in our community, specifically between the ages of 13 and 17, tend to be a forgotten population. They are falling through the cracks and beginning an unhealthy lifestyle as they enter adulthood. Many have poor hygiene, limited access to food, inadequate physical activity, and struggle with emotional issues. But we ensure that we can address each of these through our many supportive programs. Prior to COVID, we had over 2,600 youth members attending the City Center. Now, more than ever, we need to get creative with how we're going to reconnect with these youth and families once we are able to reopen our doors. One of the ways we plan to do so is by providing food and creative programming through our Oasis Cares program. Both are entry points to learn more about our youth, their families, and the resources needed to enhance their quality of life. Today marks 100 days since we've had to close our doors to the public, but during this time, we've been able to distribute over 317,000 pounds of food to over 13,000 families, totaling 73,000 individuals fed just in the last 100 days. The funds requested prior to COVID were intended to provide only 19,000 meals and 560 referrals this next fiscal year. In the last 100 days, we have been able to surpass the number of meals provided and have distributed 57,000 meal boxes to our community. In addition, our growing partnerships with Second Harvest Food Bank have resulted in our organization directly working and receiving groceries, furniture, and commodities from stores like Costco. Our unique approach will continue to connect local agencies with those in need of and support various organizations who meet a variety of needs in our community. We are currently on track to surpass these numbers provided in our proposal to you earlier this year and humbly request an additional $15,000 so that we can purchase a forklift to be able to handle the food that we are receiving from Costco. Currently, we get about 500 USDA produce boxes per week. And occasionally we get about 4 to 5 pallets of shelf-stable food from IHSS. We need to be able to handle these deliveries and get it back out to our kids and their families, and we do need a new forklift to be able to do that. We appreciate your consideration of this request, and we really do look forward to working with you all as we strengthen our community and ignite hope for our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Of course.
Okay, under tab 2.10, we have Krista Fizer, Chief Executive Officer of the Women's Center Youth and Family Services.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for your continued support and continued partnership. I'm standing here today more than just a CEO of Women's Center Youth and Family Services. I grew up here in this county, and I represent the families that we serve and the youth that we serve. So at 11 years old, I was sexually assaulted. At 13 years old, I remember my dad jumping through a bedroom window to stop my mom from leaving because there was continuous family conflict and continuous substance use in our home. I remember the phone ringing once and then a few minutes later ringing again, and that was a sign that she was calling us from wherever she was hiding out. I share that today because victimization is really complex, and the impact victimizations have on families, whether it's a parent or a child growing up in those homes, is equally complex. And so as we really look to end generational violence and generational trauma and generational homelessness, it's not a one-size-fits-all, and they're all sort of commingled, intermingled together. We look at homelessness, youth homelessness, which many of our great partners talked about today. It stems from family violence, it stems from the foster system, and it really, if we're looking to end this, it requires us to operate differently as individuals, to make choices that break those cycles, to have the courage to walk through a door and ask for help. And it requires us as agencies to work differently. And so Women's Center Youth and Family Services is doing that. We are really integrating our program to continue to provide comprehensive services, not just to victims of domestic violence, but to their families, their children, and comprehensively provide a wraparound service to promote the health and safety and empowerment of the entire family. So thank you for your support and your recommendation. Thank you for your continued partnership.
Thank you.
Under tabs 2.11 and 2.12, representatives of the San Joaquin County Historical Society Museum and the Mickey Grove Zoological Society have decided not to attend today's hearing. Both wanted me to extend their thanks to the board. We had a last-minute possibility that we would have Linda Jimenez on the phone. Clerk of the board? No. Okay. So that concludes the non-county organizations presentation for today. There are no more questions.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Yes? Supervisor Villapudua?
So basically, if we want to make some adjustments, we would discuss them now.
This would be the time to do it.
How about the Lord's Gym Center? Sounds like they're doing a wonderful job for youth 13 to 17. If we could give them 15 more thousand for the forklift, that's something that we'd consider.
I leave it up to the board. We did not have that request at the time of our analysis, and we evaluate each one of the nonprofits the same. And so at the podium requests, we leave that up to the board, Supervisor Villapudua.
Okay. I think they're doing a great job for the youth. I think that 15,000 is a small amount to help this gym out and what they do for the community.
I guess I'm confused. I didn't hear an actual request for an additional $15,000.
That's what I heard.
Yes,
there was.
Is that what it was?
Yes, ma'am.
It was.
Okay.
That would bring them to $145,571 if approved.
Other?
I mean, if you just want to go down the line.
Now let's just we'll go through. Let me stick with Supervisor Villapudua. Is that
is the motion for I'm asking if we'll
we'll go all the way through and then we'll see if we want to make any other changes. Is there any other item that you want to comment on?
Okay. For example, like the Women's Center, they're asking for $225 and we offered $202. Why do we go less than? Why do we short them to $225?
That's based on the proportionate share of San Joaquin County residents, which I believe for them is 90%. Let me double check that. Yes, 90% of the initial ask of the 225 is the 2025. Of course, they are partially offset by the $122,000 from the Domestic Violence Trust Fund as well.
Okay. Well, I mean, if possible, I'd like to give them the full amount, but it's up to, let everybody else weigh in on it.
Yeah. I have a question on that, Madam Chair. Through the Chair. When you say it's proportionate and it's the same issue as it relates to the children's home. Are other counties reimbursing us for the costs that it takes for us housing and putting kids through programs?
I'm not
No.
aware of, no.
Okay. Well, on that note, I believe that's money well spent investing in not only the youth, but the women that are in need and the services that are rendered. So I'm in favor of giving the full ask to Women's Center, the $15,000 as requested by Lord's Gym, the $58,667 as requested by Children's Home Stockton. Again, for the same reason, they're here, and oftentimes they're going to establish relationships. They have a support network. They are getting services, and those services don't come free. And we need to supplement, in my opinion, support that as much as possible. And lastly, I did participate in a couple of iHub events, and I found that to be very worthwhile. And I would like to see them expand. So if with an extra $10,000, they're able to do more. And as Mr. Gutierrez had identified, there's a bit of a partnership, and he's being very proactive in enhancing with San Joaquin Partnership. I believe a little bit extra money going to iHub might be able to enhance the impact, the involvement, and the participation. So those are on my hot list of what I'd like to see.
Thank you. Supervisor Wynn?
Well, I don't agree I agree with the premise, especially in regards to the Children's Home of Stockton. I would, there was a brief mention by Ms. Gomez in regards to the numbers that stay here in San Joaquin County. So.
Feel that earthquake?
Nice.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. It's rocking somewhere.
Still going.
Oh, wow. Look at the screen.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
It's somewhere
A long
strong.
one.
It's going to be strong somewhere in the Bay Area.
Uh-oh. It's getting stronger.
There's a big one. There's a big one somewhere.
I know.
There's a big one somewhere for us to feel like this.
That was interesting.
That was.
Okay, Supervisor Wynn.
It's still going.
Okay.
It is.
That was sort of almost a biblical response to your comments, but let's go ahead. What you have to say?
But my question was, if Ms. Gomez had some numbers in regards to those youth who actually stay in the county, the percentage or the numbers, that would be helpful. Okay. And I can appreciate that, and certainly if those youth are continuing to be residents here, certainly we'd want to additionally support. I don't have any problem with what's been said by Supervisor Patty or Patty Puda, but understand that these are monies that we have to take away from other obligations. I think we've always done a very thorough job in regards to looking at each request and making sure that we spend our money wisely. If the practice is going to be, well, we're just going to fund everything based upon the request, then there won't be much need for the CAO's office to look at it. Go ahead, Monica.
And we spend a lot of time on our recommendations, but I understand this is the board's prerogative to make augmentations as a result of our recommendations. So you are very accurate, Supervisor Wynn, because then that would save myself and Connie, Jerry, a lot of time to do other things. So.
And again, I don't disagree with Lord's Gym as far as the forklift. I assume that's a purchase and not a lease. So obviously that would expedite their loading and transferring of goods. But again, I know that iHub has been very effective, and they've certainly been very effective with the 10,000 we've offered in the past. So again, I'm not opposed to what's been presented. I just have a question in regards to, if we're just going to go ahead and overrule recommendations from the time and the effort by staff, then we might as well just do away with staff and just roll it to the board and we can approve everything. So all I'm saying is I would say that we need to do this more adroitly in regards to making sure that those additional requests that are supplied are based upon some justification or numbers that we can use in our assessment.
Supervisor Elliott, like to weigh in?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. My take on this is we approach this whole funding of non-county organizations from a zero-based budgeting approach for a very good reason. We want to make sure that on an annual basis, each organization is able to demonstrate what they have done with the money they've gotten in the past and make their case for why there should be any adjustments to it. So I think we should stick with the process that we have established here, because I think that's very effective in determining what is the best use of the monies that we do have available here to provide additional funding to the non-county organizations, which do provide much needed services for the county. Now, in the case of a couple of these that have been mentioned today, the Children's Home of Stockton, Women's Center Youth and Family Services, it's true, they provide great services, and we didn't fund their entire supplemental request, but if you look in that last column there for other county funding, both of those organizations receive over $1 million from the county through other pots of money as well. So it's not like we are neglecting what they do or diminishing it in any way. We're just looking at this again from a zero-based budgeting approach to ensure that there is a justification for any adjustments that to the funding that has been done. So while all of these organizations provide great services and much needed services to elements of people in need in the county, I think we should stick with the recommendations that were made by the CAO's office.
Thank you. From my standpoint, I think the staff recommendation on the iHub, when they come back with firmer budgets on specific programs, that can be revisited. So I don't see any need to increase that at this point in time. With Lord's Gym, I think they're doing great work. This is the first year we funded them, and we funded them in the entirety of their request. I think our process is a good one, and I think making a brand new request at the podium at this late date without any documentation or anything else, I just think that's just setting a bad precedent for our process. And so I would encourage Lord Jim next year to go ahead and put that funding request together. And if this year is any indication, I would guess that it will be favorably looked upon by our staff, who does a great and very thorough job. The Women's Center and the Children's Home of Stockton, I feel a little differently about, because I do think I totally understand our rationale for basing it on the percentage of the folks served coming from our county. However, I do think they make a very good point about the fact that majority of these folks stay here. And so I would like to take another look at those two requests, if not this year. I'm happy to go along with my colleagues here. I'm a firm supporter of, once we develop a good, solid process. The decision was made several years ago. We were going to go to zero-based budgeting on these for exactly this reason, because we wanted to make sure that new applicants like Lord's Gym had a crack at this money. I'm happy to go along with these requests this year, but I would like us to take a second look. I think both of these go directly to the board's priority of preventing homelessness. This is right to the heart of it. I mean, these folks, when they exit these programs, many of them will become homeless. without this additional support. So I'd just like to, going forward, I'd like to maybe tease out in our application process more of that information for us to base these decisions on. So from my standpoint, I would accept the board's, our staff's recommendations on this.
I just wanted to make one more point since we're discussing the two that are recommended for partial funding based on the proportionate share. That is also the case with Haven of Peace. While it's a much smaller number,
right.
Theirs is based on a 90% as well.
Let's just maybe find a way to build that into our process, because I think that's a very relevant point of view and perspective that they're bringing forward. That they may not have originally come here from our county, but if they're going to stay here, providing those services at this point in time provides a lot of coverage for downstream expenses.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
A couple of points of clarity. I'd like to ask, when were these submissions reviewed and qualified to the suggested amounts?
The proposals were received March 6th, and that's when I began my initial review. And then approximately a month later, maybe a month and a half, I met with Ms. Nino and Mr. Becker, and we reviewed, each and every one of them, and a final decision was made on recommendations by Ms. Nino, of course, and then I proceeded with developing the budget.
Understood. So in the last couple months, since in March, you say about 6 weeks after that, you first started looking at it, so...
I first started looking at it March 6th when all of the proposals arrived. The conversation with Ms. Nino and Mr. Becker, I believe, was sometime in early to mid-April.
Got it. Okay, and that's, I'm only asking, it's relevant in only really one of them, the Lord's Gym, taking care of in the last 100 days, last 2.5 months, 3 months in all, is it's grown exponentially. Getting a forklift, receiving pallets of food and having a forklift is something that they hadn't anticipated probably 4 months ago. So I would suggest for this board to consider that. There's an incredible amount of labor spent handling item after item that might arrive on a pallet that weighs 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 pounds, and a forklift can pick it up quickly and easily and move it around. I use forklifts in my business. So I would suggest that that's a warranted expenditure. I know that what they're doing in the community, it serves my community right across the street, and an incredible amount of people from my district go to that Lord's Gym to receive services. So I do think $15,000 is justified there. So I'd like the board to really consider that. And then lastly, as it comes to the supplement, as Supervisor and Chair Miller points out, the supplements for the Children's Home and for the Women's Center, that's not because they're staying here after necessarily, but it's because they are here getting treatments that is necessitating that additional request. Discounting it, they are here. So they're getting treatments, they're getting programs, they're getting support services, they're getting transitional support, and this is just a portion of the money for those services that's being discounted because they're not from here, but that money is not being supplemented by where they are from. So I would venture to say that, and I value the board's structure here and the process, but we should identify that these are individuals that are getting services in the county. These programs are supplemented by the county, and I believe that it's justified to give them the support that they need to take care of the population that's most at risk and most in need at a time of service. So I'd really like the board to consider that.
Madam Chair, I wanted to make sure we also issued letters to every single nonprofit.
Yes.
Third week in May.
Yes.
We issued final letters with our staff recommendations the third week in May.
Okay, thank you. And finally, for the board, if any of these numbers change, where does the money come from?
It will come from appropriations for contingencies. The $5 million we set aside as part of the 2021 budget in the general fund.
Okay. All right. So what is the pleasure?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I believe that there may be a comment from the public.
Oh,
who'd like to
wonderful.
speak.
Thank you.
Sorry. I just wanted to speak on behalf of economic development. I've been doing economic development in San Joaquin County for 21 years. I've been in this county for 57 years. Figure that out yourself. But I think that it's important to look at this budget. I was kind of, I am not discounting any efforts of any of these agencies or the social agencies, but you do need to take into consideration that economic development is where these folks are going to go to for jobs and to create a quality of life for these folks. San Joaquin County Economic Development Agency Association works very closely with all the economic development agencies and the cities in the county to pull this all together. Same with the San Joaquin Partnership to help those businesses that are looking at departing. We want to keep them here. So recruitment efforts as well as retention efforts are very important and critical. I know that Meredith had said that it's important to address crime. And to address crime, you have to address poverty, but you need to take into consideration that economic development is a component of that as well. And in looking at this, you know, there is a disparity when you look at economic development as to what's being funded for social. So I just wanted to bring that up and state my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Burcham. Okay, so what's the consensus of the board? Do we have anyone? I think we have some feeling from this end that comfortable with the recommendations of staff. So I'm looking for a motion.
I pleaded the case, Madam Chair, so I'll make a motion and we'll see where it goes. But I would make a motion that we supplement the submission as requested with the additional $58,667 for the Children's Home of Stockton, the additional $15,000 for Lord's Gym. Actually, I'll go to $10,000 from Lord's Gym. I know people that buy and sell forklifts, and I could probably get something for around $10,000 for them, not $15,000. So I would request an additional $10,000 for Lord's Gym and an additional $22,500 for the Women's Center. I'm going to put that in a motion and see where it goes with this board.
I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for those increases which will be funded from our general fund contingency reserves.
So there were two adjustments?
Three. The full $58,667 for Children's Home of Stockton, an additional $10,000 for Lord's Gym, and an additional $22,500 for Women's Center Youth and Family Services. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that motion fails on a 3-2. Have an alternate motion?
I move that we accept the allocations as presented by staff for non-county organizations.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That one passes 3-2. I would encourage folks to reapply in the case of Lord's Gym for your forklift. And I would also, again, ask that our staff works through this process in terms of dealing with folks that are here, that are going to remain here. Because I really do feel like it goes to one of our top priorities, which is homeless prevention. So we'll fine-tune our process.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members, for that feedback.
Thank you. Next up, thank you all for being here today. Those of you who came and spoke, we really appreciate it. We love hearing from you, and we're very happy to be partners with you in providing the services that you do to our communities. Thank you all. Next thing we have up is a special districts hearing. We're going to hear from Senior Deputy County Administrator Mo Hatef. And then I want to let people know we are going to have, I've requested that because we are making such good progress, I did request that Dr. Park stop in to do a brief COVID update for us when this is over. So I want to make sure that we have a chance to get to that. We had some members of the public concerned that there would be no update this week, so there will be one.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Hatef.
Good morning. Okay. So next on your agenda is the public hearing for the special districts budget. There are 119 special districts governed by your board. Total appropriations are $39.1 million. Special districts provide funding for parks, maintenance, street lighting, water, sewer, storm drain, and flood control. The purpose of today's public hearing is to adopt the budgets for the special districts for fiscal year 2020-2021. Public notices were published in the newspaper and posted within the districts. Presentations will be made by General Services and Public Works for the districts they manage, and procedurally it is recommended that the public be invited to make comments after each presentation, and then at the end of the public hearing your board will take action on all the special districts budgets at one time, and in this case if they were to call in. So Chair Miller, the first presentation that is scheduled is for the county service area for Parks and Recreation, and Marcia Cunningham, Director of GSD, will now introduce the item. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Cunningham.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board, Council, CAO Nino. Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services. And I have Judy Vassbinder with me here today. She's the park administrator, and she will go over the detail for the county service areas for Parks and Rec.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Before you today are the budgets for the 8 county service areas managed by the Parks and Recreation Division. 7 of the 8 county service areas rely on property tax proceeds. The majority of the service areas are not able to operate within their available revenues on a consistent basis. Services in these parks have been adjusted to a service level that will allow the parks to remain open. In order to maintain this current level of service at these parks will be subsidized by the general fund. The community centers, volunteers, and general relief workers have helped in improving the upkeep of the parks and will continue to do so. The remaining CSA is the Woodbridge Community Park, which is service area number 4. Woodbridge relies on and have remained relatively consistent. The Woodbridge Community Park is able to maintain within its assessments, with the exception of the 5% general benefit portion that must be funded from the general fund by law and will continue to do so. This concludes my mini presentation for the park managed CSAs, and if I can answer any questions if anybody has any.
Questions for Ms. Vassbinder? Supervisor Wynn?
Go ahead, Bob. Oh. Thank you, Supervisor Wynn. Yes, so my question is, there are some assessments here that are included in this budget, correct? So my question then is, are the fees, benefit assessments, whatever they may be, that we are approving today limited to the amounts necessary to provide the services for which they're being charged?
Minimally, yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wynn?
Now that we have that out of the way. I just want to make a comment. I understand certainly the Woodbridge Community Park and some of the discussions that have taken place in the community in regards to it. And I just want to thank you and Ms. Cunningham in regards to your assistance in regards to explaining to the residents as to how the funding works for that particular facility. And I just can't tell you how much I admire your perseverance and willingness to stand in the light of tremendous opposition. So again, good job. I wish somewhere along the way, and we've talked about this before in this, but Mickey Grove does need some infrastructure assistance, and somewhere along the way we need to find a funding stream to allow that by virtue of the fact that any kind of additional expansion or growth of facilities are desperately needed to have those public services. So again, thank you for all that you do.
Supervisor.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Judy. Chair Miller and board members, Chris Balaji, the Director of Public Works, will now introduce the items for the Public Works Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hadoff. Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the board. This is a really quick, small presentation for you. The Flood Control and Water Conservation District budgets, tab 3.2 in your budget package, include the budget for the district itself and also the budgets for the district zones 9, 2, 10, the Sajafka Assessment District 96-1, and also the McCalmy River Water and Power Authority. So these budgets fund the critical activities on the flood management, levee maintenance, water resources activities, etc., that are described in your board package. And with me today is Mr. Buckman to just give you a very brief highlight on this budget item. Mr. Buckman.
Thank you. Good morning. Key activity areas in flood management include participating in ongoing efforts to plan for and implement 200-year flood protection for the Mossdale Tract area, completing $3 million in state grant-funded studies to identify small community flood protection improvements, and advocating in the county's interest in response to National Flood Insurance Program legislation anticipated to be introduced during the coming year. Levee maintenance priorities include establishing a new benefit assessment district to generate additional revenue needed for compliance with state and federal levee maintenance requirements, completing construction documents, securing regulatory permits, and commencing construction for the $5 million state grant-funded Upper Mormon Slough erosion repair project. And maintaining active status of our project levies in the federal PL 8499 program, which pays to rehabilitate storm damaged levees. On the water resources front, implementing Sustainable Groundwater Management Act requirements will continue to be a primary focus. We will continue implementation efforts for the East County Sub-Basin Groundwater Sustainability Plan are on track to complete the Tracy Sub-Basin Plan by the end or in early 2021, which is well ahead of the January 2022 statutory deadline. Other high priority efforts include completing an update of the Eastern San Joaquin Integrated Regional Water Management Plan, which will position the county and our partner agencies to receive $6.5 million in state grant funding. Supporting ongoing operation of the DREAM groundwater banking project in partnership with North San Joaquin Water Conservation District and East Bay Mud. And finally, continued advocacy for the county's interests in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. These activities are all consistent with the goals set forth in the strategic plan to meet water needs adopted by your board in 2015. We'll also continue working with our federal advocates to pursue funding for efforts like the Acampo Area Drainage and Recharge Program, future phases of the DREAM project, and projects proposed by our local water agency partners, along with additional federal funding for advanced water meters in our special districts. In summary, meeting our ambitious flood management and water resources goals with limited revenues in an increasingly strict regulatory environment continues to be challenging. With that said, we believe our work plans for the coming fiscal year build upon this year's achievements and represent a notable step forward for our water resources program.
Thank you, Mr. Buckman, Supervisor Miller, and members of the board. This concludes our presentation. I wish that we could have, done the flood calm this year, and things didn't work out the way we anticipated it to be, but we will come back to initiate that process as soon as the conditions improve to sustain that revenue for it. So most of the commitments that Mr. Buckman talked about today, we made that to you yesterday. We're looking forward to bringing that as the first 9 slides of the next year's budget as accomplishments rather than as goals.
Thank you. Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. And as always, great work on these special efforts here that you're doing and special districts. So I know you know what the question is, but are the fees are the fees and the assessments that we're approving today limited to the amounts necessary to provide the services for which they're being charged?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the presentation of special districts. And if the board has any other questions, happy to answer. One more for special districts. So this is, right? Yes. One more presentation for Public Works special districts.
One more.
This is our, bread and butter for Public Works, this managing the special districts. The item currently before you is found in tab 3.3 of your binder, and it consists of budget for your consideration for over 100 special districts. As we mentioned yesterday, these districts provide services such as like water, sewer, stormwater, lighting, etc. And also it includes household hazardous waste and other miscellaneous special services that we provide to our constituents within their respective boundaries. With me today is Mr. Alex Chetley, who is our manager for the Community Infrastructure Engineering and Development Services, doing a great job. He promised me like 2 years ahead of schedule, he's going to bring all these districts to a financial stability. Mr. Chetley, come on over, please.
Chair Miller, members of the Board of Supervisors. The proposed special district budget appropriations total $27.3 million, which is approximately $6.4 million or 31% higher than the 2019-2020 fiscal year. And this is primarily due to an anticipated increase in operations and maintenance expenses in a number of the districts and an increase in planned capital improvements. Each special district is funded through one or more service charges, depending on the particular services provided, which are paid by benefiting property owners. Property owners in 48 districts have previously approved inflation adjustments or multi-year rate increases for 58 different service charges. However, based on district financial conditions, only 22 of these service charges are proposed to include the full adjustment, and 11 service charges are proposed to include a fraction of the maximum authorized adjustment, and 25 service charges are proposed with no adjustment at all. Providing cost-effective services within small districts continues to be a challenge, due in large part to limited economies of scale and revenue enhancement opportunities. To help ensure financial viability, a number of districts are being considered for rate increases during the next several years, the timing of which will depend on the duration and outcome of outreach efforts to affected property owners. Note that due to the success we've had in recent years, securing property owner consent for rate adjustments, the majority of these rate increase proposals in the coming years will be inflationary increases only. Staff will work with board members regarding outreach strategies that are tailored to each district's demographics and the nature of the proposed rate increases. We completed Proposition 218 rate adjustment processes for 10 service charges during the past fiscal year, 9 of which were successful. Rate adjustments are currently pending in 6 additional districts, and we anticipate completing the process for at least 8 additional districts in the coming fiscal year. As a result of our efforts over the past several years, we're well on our way to achieving our goal of financial health for all of our districts by 2025, with a vast majority of those reaching this goal by 2022. Funding for planned capital improvement projects is proposed within 16 districts, and this totals approximately $7.5 million. These projects are listed in attachment C to the board letter and include, in addition to system repairs and replacements, improvements to enhance service and reduce costs such as advanced metering infrastructure and SCADA remote monitoring. Funding for these capital improvement needs is provided from capital reserves within the respective district funds. That concludes my presentation. I'm here for any questions you might have.
Thank you.
Before we open up for questions, I just want to make sure that Supervisor, I had heard that of the 48 districts that have previously approved the inflation adjustments, we have, based on the financial conditions, we're only recommending 22 of these service charges to include the full adjustment that the public approved, right? And we're only proposing to include a fraction of these inflation adjustments that our customers approved on 11 districts, and he gets a free lunch on me today for 25 service charges with no inflation adjustments at all, even though our customers already approved us to take that inflation. So, they follow the philosophy of the human body, right? If they're not hungry, they don't eat. Right? So if they don't need it, they won't use that inflation adjustment. So I will answer your question. I could read your mind that we only propose increases or, the charges only if it is needed and only commensurate with the service that we provide to them. So yes, our charges are in line with what the services that we provide to the customers.
Okay, and Mr. Bellagio, you're supposed to wait until I ask the question.
You trained me so well for 5 years that, I could read your mind.
I am amazed. You did read my mind. I was going to highlight the fact that you didn't recommend the full rate increase that could have been authorized under the previous 218 propositions, et cetera. So that just demonstrates that you are actually looking at what is needed to maintain the health of these funds. But just so you won't feel left out, I'm going to ask you this question anyway. So are the service charges, fees, and assessments that we're approving today limited to the amounts necessary to provide the services for which they are charged?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I think it's important to note that today is Supervisor Elliott's final budget hearing. So it was very important for him to get to ask this one last time. He's been doing it now for 8 years. And so this was his finale on his questions. So,
Chair Miller, we're going to give him another opportunity on July 7th when we come before him for those another six districts in there. So I will answer yes another 6 times.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Bellagio.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there any member of the public wishing to address the board on these items? Clerk, did we receive any public comments?
No, we have not, Madam Chair.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to bring it back to the board for a motion and a second on approving these charges and special assessments for services provided by various lighting districts, maintenance district, county service areas, and flood control and water conservation districts, approving their fiscal year 2020-2021 budgets.
So moved. Second.
Right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That is approved 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this point, I'm going to ask the board if there are any policy directions or additional changes that we need to provide to county administration at this point. Yes, Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair for Ms. Nino, CAO Ms. Nino, question. I know that we're going to have a discussion coming up in early July regarding homeless, and this board has talked about maybe prioritizing and doing something, and there's some money that's sitting in pockets that we might be able to utilize. Do you foresee any action that we need to take now to preempt that allocation or use of funds, or do we have the ability to access any funding that might be additional in the coming short while?
So when we provided the board that table, I think it was roughly, I'm looking at Ms. Regalo, was it about 17 million?
Which one for
The
neighborhood
one
preservation?
homelessness.
Homelessness proposed, it was, I believe, 5.9.
5.9, but we have been made aware there might be another 4.3 million or so added to that.
So that's under neighborhood preservation, and that's also for homelessness, and that was presented yesterday under human services, I believe.
Right.
And that was 18.4, and included in that was the 4.3 million.
So we will, I don't believe so, Supervisor Patty. So the board gave us direction on June 9th to go and evaluate the project that Stanislaus County has been so successful in carrying forward in partnership with Salvation Army. Adam Cheshire out of the county administrator's office has done a road trip over there and will be prepared to present to this board along with us bringing some additional resources, that additional $4 million that was presented yesterday as part of the, is it infrastructure?
I believe it was an ESG grant.
So it was an ESG grant that added some additional funds for homelessness, roughly a little over 4 million more. So we will bring that table back, Supervisor Patty, but I don't believe so at this point because we'd really like the board's direction as part of that presentation to give us direction where this board would like us to take the next steps relative whether or not we need to go out for an RFP. We'll have various options on there as part of that analysis. So I don't believe so.
Okay. Great.
Okay, but thank you.
Yeah, before we close out, I wanted to visit
Right.
that, see if there's anything that's had popped up in your perspective that we should address as a board.
Only additional resources, which is a good news story. So, and we will be able to fully vet that out. But we will be back as a result of this budget. So I'll go ahead.
Okay.
Board members, I know others.
Thank you. Then I am going to close the county and special districts budget hearing. I'm going to ask if there's any final comments from the board, and if not, then I will call for a motion in a second to approve the 2020-2021 budget.
I'd just like to make a comment. I appreciate all the county staff efforts in regards to bringing this budget to us. I think a lot of us felt because of the pandemic that we would be in similar straits with certainly the federal and state government as far as deficit. And so I'm pleased to see that we've been able to balance our budget without drastic or draconian cuts in regards to our services because I think our residents depend on those. So great job. Hopefully next year things will be better and we can restore some of the things that we weren't able to fund this year. So again, thanks for all the efforts that were made.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like to add my thanks here for the great effort and considerable amount of work that has been put in by all of the staff elements, the various departments, CAO's office to put this budget together. As you have told me privately, and I think you mentioned it as part of the budget process as well, there have been some counties who, because of the uncertainty with the funding coming from the state and the federal government and the COVID pandemic, that have just rolled over their budgets without going through the budget process. But I think it was well worth the time that we spent to go through that and make sure that we have a carefully considered budget here so that we can justify the expenditures that we are proposing and not just doing something as a knee-jerk reaction to the current situation. So I think we've set ourselves up to not only have a structurally balanced budget this year again, which I think is very important, but also to do the groundwork in preparation for the out years of the budget, so that we'll be prepared for making whatever adjustments we may need to make as time goes on through this year, to make sure that we are well positioned to have a sustainable budget into the out years. So thank you for all that effort. I think it was the right decision that you went ahead and went through this budget process, so that we can have that firm basis. And I'm especially pleased that we were able to deliver another structurally balanced budget.
Yeah, I'd also like to extend my thanks. Actually, most counties did pass through budgets. There aren't very many that, because of having to work remotely, there weren't very many that were able to mobilize their staff quickly enough to be able to actually complete their annual budget process. Our process, I think it's a testament to the rigor that's been introduced in the last 5 years, that our staff was ready. We were already engaged. We were already well into the process when COVID hit. And so our staff was able to complete a very thorough budgeting process, which positions us to eliminate at least some of the uncertainties in our budget. There's a whole lot of uncertainty ahead, things that we have no control over, but the things that we could foresee, we've already accommodated and built into this budget. So I think I agree with Supervisor Elliott. This does position us very well to have to make less drastic changes as we go forward through the year, and to be able to maintain this balanced budget. So thank you very much to all the staff. I mean, this was a huge team effort. It always is, but this year especially so, with all of the additional challenges. So thank you to everyone. So I'll bring it back to the board. Oh, Supervisor Villapudua.
I just want to echo my thoughts. I agree with my colleagues. You guys did a wonderful job. Thank you, Monica, and your team, your CEO's office. I finished reading this last night, and it was a really good read. It was a great job.
You probably slept like a baby.
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the incredible amount of work that was put in, and I know just in the very last bit, this pandemic has hit, and there's a dramatic shift in what was anticipated, and even some of the directors and our sheriff talked about how they had to all of a sudden pare down, and there's some adjustments. And as we've talked, and I've mentioned on the board, I think it's imperative that we really keep our fingers on the pulse, not look at what we're doing next year, but as you indicated, even mid-year, we may make some adjustments as necessary and as appropriate. So that's great. I appreciate that you're going to be looking out and keeping a watchful eye on any amendments or changes that we have to have, so we can really be prepared and be ahead of what's ahead, what's upcoming. So thank you and staff for the hard work. I know that it's ongoing, and an incredible amount of effort goes into it. I also want to recognize, lastly, Madam Chair, we've got Wayne Richardson from Gospel Rescue Center, and I invited him down here because he kind of saw how the supplemental process went for the non-government agencies. And as you heard, Mr. Richardson, as you work with the Gospel Rescue Center, doing an incredible amount of outreach for the homeless, we are having further discussions coming up. So I would encourage you to perhaps, we'll speak a little bit more about it. You guys have needs. You have an incredible impact. You have hundreds of people coming through Gospel Rescue Center that are homeless, and the services you're rendering. So I'm glad you're here today. And it's not as we didn't see you, but there was a process that included today's budget. But going forward, you're a viable and important partner, and we'll be participating and listening to your needs as well. Thank you.
So once again, I'm going to bring it back to the board for a motion and a second to approve the 2020-2021 budget.
So move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. And the budget is approved, 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members.
Thank you very much. So quickly, we're going to switch gears a little bit. I'd like to ask Dr. Park to come down and provide us with an update on COVID-19 in San Joaquin County. Good morning, Dr. Park. Thank you for showing up.
Morning. So I have a meeting that I need to get to right after this, so I'll try to hurry through, but I have a presentation on the slide for you. Just want to update you on the latest COVID case counts. This is a graph of the total number of positive results we have here in San Joaquin County. It's not the number of hospitalizations or the number of deaths, but the total number of people who have tested positive to date. And so as of today, our number is 2,742. And you can see, looking at the yellow highlighted numbers at the bottom, the numbers by which the case counts increase day by day. So we had an increase of over 100 the last 3 days. So we're getting phenomenal numbers in, many positives, and it's, to be honest, starting to get a bit overwhelming at public health to do all of our contact tracing and case investigation because there's just so many new cases coming in per day. This is another way to look at it, which Bayesian produced for me. And you can see that, from the beginning when we were starting to have some positives, we were doing okay, and back in the beginning of April where you see some of the higher green bars, those were the highest case counts by day, which we thought was high enough back then, but you can see where we are now. So we had a dip, as I said last week, somewhere in the middle of April to beginning of May, where we were sheltering at home and had lower case counts, but we're now really kind of in the red line area. And some of the more recent bars are expected to go higher as we do more of our investigations and do some backwards tracing and add to the numbers. This is another way of looking at it week by week instead of day by day. And again, you can see how we've just kind of exponentially increased in the number of positive cases here in San Joaquin. And again, that bar at the very end is expected to rise. So we don't know how that bar for that very last week is going to end up looking. Are we going to end up being higher than the red bar and be red still and have more exponential growth and see that curve just swing up, or will we finally see it start to taper off? Hoping for the best, but we don't have the data yet to see how that last bar is going to look. But so far you can see the alarming numbers. This is a graph to show you our cases by age groups. And you can see that some of our younger age groups are hardest hit, and the 25 to 34 age group and the 35 to 44 age groups have the largest numbers of COVID. Mr. Davis from Bayesian showed this to me as a moving graph. So from the beginning of time, if you watched it move, you would see that that lowest green bar for 65 and up starts off being the longest bar. And it just goes further because in the beginning it was mostly retirees, people traveling, and older generations that were getting tested and were testing positive. And as time goes on, the other bars just kind of overcome that bar. And you see now that in the red we have our younger age groups. This is mostly because they're out and about more. They're not retirees, they're essential workers, or they're just working in general. And they're out socializing, and we believe that although they're not the ones that are predominantly getting sick and in the hospitals, this group of people are probably our biggest spreaders. So this is a way of looking at it by gender, and if you look at the overall case count, it does appear that males and females are mostly almost basically 50-50 and evenly split as far as cases go. And you can see that the split is even across even the age groups. So male to female split is very even across age groups. This is the death pie, so a pie chart that shows that although males and females have equal numbers for case counts, males are dying more than females in our county. When we do enter our data into the California system called CalReady, it prompts us to figure out if somebody is white, Asian, Black, Native Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander, or unknown or other. There is no field for the Latino community in this particular entry, but we do believe that most of the unknowns and other are likely our Hispanic population. The other thing that we need to enter in CalReady is ethnicity, and this is now divided into whether you're Hispanic or non-Hispanic. And you will see that the majority of cases are Hispanic when you divide it this way. And the unknown cases, when you look at them, we have not been able to maybe get down to calling these people or getting them to identify their ethnicity, but the majority of them have Spanish surnames. So we do expect that the reality is more like this. When you do some computational data analysis, this is more likely the reality when you take out the unknown, and we believe that most likely more than half of our COVID-positive cases are with the Hispanic or Latino community. So that was what I received from Bayesian, and this is what my own epidemiologist did, which was to combine race, ethnicity to try to put it all in one field. And here you can really see that over time, although they started off quite even, all the races and ethnicities, we now see in recent weeks a huge bump in the Latino community as being a disproportionate contributor to our COVID case population. So if you look at by dates, this demonstrates the same thing, which the top bar are your Hispanics and Latinos, and the bottom are your non-Hispanics or Latinos, so every other group that's not identified as Hispanic or Latino. And you can see that through March and April and even the beginning of May, the numbers were running quite even. And then when you look at the most recent weeks, for some reason, we have a jump with the Hispanic Latino population. So something I will be sharing with you later that we're really trying to address. This is very interesting data, lots of data coming from Mr. Davis. And this is basically dots representing everybody by their occupation. And so, you know, basically every occupation is represented here for the most part. And I just want you to turn your eye to the top section where you see clusters, where you see the majority of dots, the majority of people are in those fields. Because on the next slide I will hone in on those fields. So you'll see the top line says laborer, household people, unskilled workers, and the second line of dots is unemployed, then retired, and then so on and so forth. When you look at it this way, you will see that this is where we think our Hispanic population is coming into some trouble, and a little bit difficult for me to see, so let me get my paper version of it out. But you can see there that the top two bars represent again the laborers and unskilled workers. And then if you draw your eye down to the unemployed, you will see that that's another population that's a contributor to our COVID case count. And what I wanted to point out is when you look at farm workers, laborers, down on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th bar across, if you were to look, and I don't know if there's a pointer. Oh, okay. Interesting. If you look at right here, and it's hard to hone in, right there at those bars for farm workers, see I'm on the line for farm workers, and then you draw your eye up to the top two, which is the laborers and the unemployed, you will see that time-wise, the spike in bars really match up to the spike in bars in the top two lines. So what I'm trying to say here is that they probably represent the same population of people in reality. What we've learned is that a lot of our field workers, migrant farm workers who are going to the hospitals sick are reporting that they're unemployed. We're figuring out that they're often afraid to say where they're employed for fear of losing their job. Sometimes they truly are unemployed because they're between two seasons. The cherry season ended, but then the onion season starting, and in those 2 weeks of break, they're actually unemployed. So very difficult to hone in on where all our positives are coming from, but this is where we think some of it is. So some of it is from ag and other unskilled laborers. So then that was our COVID case counts as far as total population and everybody positive. But the positives represent anyone who could be from pre-symptomatic to asymptomatic, anyone who tests positive. This is our hospitalization data. And again, the data that we were in trouble with the state for. And if you look at the table to the right, you will see how we've just really doubled since the last time I was here speaking to you a week ago when we had 47 people in the hospital. We've nearly doubled with 92 people currently in hospitals. And that's represented on the blue line, the number of people who are positive, hospitalized, and have confirmed COVID. The yellow line is the number of suspected COVID patients in our hospitals. And so this is what the state has been using to monitor us, as I shared with you before, the 5 metrics that are used, and a check mark means that you're passing their metric, but when you see a number, that means that's where you're failing. So in the beginning, when we were being monitored, we were failing as far as our percent change in 3-day average COVID positive hospitalized patients, the change in the number of people hospitalized, and the percent of ICU beds that were available. We then earned check marks in those areas, but then stayed on the county monitoring list because of our case rate and positivity rates, as was expected to happen because we could see it happening. And we know that their data lags by a couple of weeks. So when we see in real time what's happening, we kind of knew that our testing positivity and that our testing rates were going up. So that's where we're now getting dinged, is our case rates per 100,000 are well over 100 now. And our positivity rate is over their marker of 8%. And our testing rates, though, are getting really great. Our partners in OES have been really working hard to get people to go to Verily and OptumServe, so that has come up considerably, which is great news. So this is something that was shared with all the health officers a couple of days ago by the state. They now have this new snapshot tool that we can log into to see our daily numbers. So I could see it this way, the way that I showed you before, or this way. And basically, again, showing our numbers on a daily basis using their metrics. This is also from the state's website, which now shows what our actual case rate is. And as I had shown you on the table, we were jotted down at being at 110 yesterday, but that has a lag time. And our real current case count is 144.9 per 100,000. And so, as I have said many times before, they want us to be at a case rate of 25 per 100,000. And for our population, that's about 190 to 195 new cases per 14-day period. And that is reflected by this green line. The goal is to be at about 190 on a rolling 14-day average. And you can see that we're well above it. We've passed the 1,000 cases per 14-day marker. And so, very concerning statistics, and I know we've been in the news here and there. And I did get a call from the state a couple of days ago letting us know that we had been on their monitoring list for 16 days straight. And so they try to talk us through, try to figure out what's driving this. And I think in the past I've said what was driving it was the ag industry from the cherry picking and some of our skilled nursing facilities, but of late that's not the case anymore. Those things have come largely under control. So it is not our skilled nursing facilities. We're having no outbreaks now in our skilled nursing facilities, or very few cases. It's not our inmates or our jails, as some people would suspect, and it's not the homeless population. When we go back into our contact tracing, we're finding that it's just regular people out in the community having gatherings. So, for example, there was a birthday party here recently which included a water slide and kids coming into our county from other counties invited to this birthday party. An adult showed up very mildly ill, not thinking that he had COVID, and we ended up with more than 10 people with COVID from that party. Same case with baby showers and bridal showers. A lot of people are going to family gatherings feeling that they're asymptomatic or they're very mildly symptomatic and not thinking they have COVID. And then we have full family gatherings, barbecues, with everyone turning out to be positive and the older generations ending up in the hospitals. We have single-family events where family visits out of household families. We do have some work sites that we're continually following and monitoring, so our warehouses, distribution centers, packing houses, still some farm laborers that we're trying to get on track of. But basically, lots of spread within the household. Once one person brings it home, we're finding that especially in households where there are many people who live together in close quarters, it's spreading very easily within the entire house. We also have some reports from construction workers who commute back and forth to the Bay Area, and they carpool together. So that seems to be another risk factor. So what public health is trying to do is trying to march forward with our public messaging campaign. We have contracts that are expected to be finalized very soon, really focusing on the public at large, but with some individualized focusing on the Hispanic population as well. So we have contracts moving forward with radio, so KWIN, KJOY, KATM, Hawk, Spanish radio with speakers for Entrevisión. We have TV contracts that we're hoping to get into place with Univision. We have some work going forward with print and billboards, so newspapers and billboards, and signage that may go up at schools and other community areas. Mr. Balaji just gave me this great idea that we could even do magnetic signage on our county vehicles, something that has been done before that I didn't consider, but I'd like to look into that. So that is our huge messaging campaign, and we're very thankful to Ms. Nino's staff for helping us with that, with the public information part of that. We have also embarked on a Mask On campaign with United Way and Dignity Health. This is something that I presented before it became a state mandate, but want to share with you that that work is moving forward with Dignity Health and United Way, and we have actually reached out to some celebrity-type figures who have agreed to put their masks on and pose for pictures for us so that we can use their images to really promote masking in public. So that is moving forward with the campaign to purchase reusable face coverings that can be handed out to the public. We are working closely with others as far as the specific outreach to the Hispanic population. And this afternoon, I actually have a meeting with various entities, including the Chief Medical Officer of Lodi Memorial Health. What we are embarking on doing is reaching out to the Latino population, mostly in Stockton and Lodi. What we'll be doing is finding populations who might be at high risk or in certain areas that seem to be of concern, interviewing them, offering them something in return, like a gift basket, but then after interviewing them, trying to analyze the data as to why this is happening in the communities. So that whole brainstorming process is starting today. This Sunday from 2 to 6 o'clock at the Mexican Heritage Center and Gallery, the Coalition of Mexican American Organization is having a free food giveaway for field workers. So this is the migrant farm worker population that we're trying to reach. And Public Health will be there. And thank you to Supervisor Villapudua for helping us with this. And Tori Verber's involved as well. So many people involved. We have put together 1,200 bags of hand sanitizer and masks, and we're expecting to give out maybe 200 to 300 at this event, and then the rest we are going to be giving out at individual actual farm sites as we go around and do education to our field workers. I just want to close by saying that there's a lot of COVID or quarantine fatigue in our population at large. I know that the community is really feeling like, if shopping malls and restaurants are open, then it's probably fine to have a get-together with your family. And unfortunately, that's just not the case. Really, the transmission we're seeing is community transmission from gatherings that people are having at home and with friends and family, so close get-togethers. At Public Health, we're experiencing some of the fatigue ourselves. We've been at this since January, February, and I must say that it's a lot of work, and we're working overtime, and everyone's working very hard. So many people at Public Health are not even working in their regular area of work, but they've been brought in onto the COVID team, and we're doing our best. But as I showed you, the numbers of cases that we're getting per day, it's getting to be very challenging. And I know that I've said that we have enough contact tracers, and we still do. The issue is that we need communicable disease investigators, and these people are the ones who actually start the investigation and hand it off to the contact tracers. It's a very arduous process, and people think it's all electronic, but it's actually all manually hand-driven and entered into computers. So to get upwards of 100 to 200 cases a day is quite challenging. We have lost a couple of employees to the burnout, and as we rehire, we need to retrain. And this is part of the difficulty. So just want to share that with you. There are some counties who are actually talking about giving up fully on contact tracing. This is just becoming the reality, is that we're not the only county that is burdened by this. There's a lot of other counties that are overburdened. They might not have the case counts we have, but to them, getting 20 new cases is a burden because they only have 5 contact tracers. So proportionately, they're also overburdened, and there's talks of people just moving on. And so it's really hard. We are trying to continue the work, but because of our case numbers, what we're going to be introducing is a concept that is going on in Alameda and Los Angeles, which is a concept of blanket isolation and quarantine orders. So it's basically going to be an order from me for the public to isolate themselves, and for healthcare workers to help us with this process. And our healthcare workers have agreed to do this with us, and I hope that this will actually really aid with getting to these people on time, because it's sometimes hard to get to them on a timely basis. But the concept is that when you are symptomatic and you may have COVID and you're getting tested, to immediately go into isolation. Before we can find you, isolate yourself. So if your doctor is saying, we're going to test you, that doctor can hand you our isolation orders or direct you to our website that has the isolation order. It has the order and it has the instructions on how to isolate. So this can all be done before my contact tracers get to you or my disease investigators get to you 2 days or 3 days later. Same with quarantine. We will be asking people who are getting tested for COVID, who are symptomatic and are suspect to have COVID, or who are just being diagnosed with COVID and just finding out, that they not only follow the isolation instructions for themselves, but that they share the quarantine order and quarantine instructions with people they live with and people they know they've been in contact with. So this is something that we're moving forward and that will be available on our website, and that we're going to be getting assistance from the healthcare workers. So that is my presentation. Happy to take questions.
Any questions for Dr. Park? Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you give us a little bit of a feel on what's the result of the contact tracing? As you're saying, some counties are having fatigue. So is it even worth, and not suggesting that we do anything different, but noting that it is a definite challenge. Are you finding it to be fruitful?
Well, the question keeps coming up, where are these cases coming from? So in order to answer that, we need to do the investigation. So that's how we found out that there was a birthday party and a bridal shower. Mm-hmm. But at some point, you just have to realize it's in the community. So at what point does it not become fruitful? Because it's everywhere. It is really everywhere. Even within our county departments, we're getting calls every day. We've got a positive here, we've got a positive there. And what do we do? And we almost want to get to the point where we just say, it's everywhere, guys. Don't ask me anymore where it is, because it can be anywhere. So it's hard to say whether it's fruitful, because it would be easy just to say stop having birthday parties and stop having bridal showers and get-togethers. The problem is I can't physically push people back into their homes as they emerge to go to these birthday parties. It's really hard. So to get that messaging out, to have the data and to actually get that messaging out, I think is useful. But how useful is it over time when we're just so strapped? It's a difficult question. What we're trying to do is prioritize who we're going to do our contact tracing with. So we're coming up with a list, and we're going to be asking our investigators and tracers to go through the list and see what they can pick out, people who we think might be more important to do that tracing. So if you know that there was a party and there was a family, maybe you already know that family's all positive. But if there was a homeless person, that might be someone who's at the top of our list. So we are creating that list for our contact tracers.
Excellent and fantastic challenge. I mean, it's obviously expanding and growing and more demand. Could you give us an idea of any update on, there's been buckets and releases and things that are going in different stages. Are we fully into phase 3? Is there anything that's upcoming? and I know it's come to you repetitively, youth sports. Give us a little update on where the state is or what's going on here in the county.
I think most of the counties in the entire state are into stage 3, except for the Bay Area, which might be going at a slower rate. So yes, we're all in stage 3. The question of youth sports continues to emerge, and it continues to be brought up on state calls, and we haven't been given any promises as to when they will be releasing that guidance. So I got this question just yesterday via email from one of our cities, and again, the answer is I don't have a projected date for you.
And a follow-up to that is there are summertime, it's warm, hot weather outside. There are people with kids, and they want their kids to get swim lessons, and there seems to be some confusion where this can be a matter of life and death of children living or dying, accidentally drowning and such. And I've been contacted, there are some people that are doing one-on-one swim lessons, not groups, not parties, not anything other than just pools are open under certain guidance. Can you give a little clarification? There's a bit of a burden and a problem about teachers giving one-on-one swim lessons.
So the state guidance that allowed us to open pools was the one on campgrounds and RV parks and outdoor activities. Outdoor recreation included some language about pools, but did not include any specific language about swim lessons. And what we're hearing from the state is that it's still a mixing of 2 households when the person who's giving the instruction is not living with the child receiving the instruction. So if it's a parent and child in that environment together, it's okay. But if it's an instructor coming from a different household, it's still not.
Okay.
Any other questions for Dr. Park? Supervisor Wynn.
I think part of the problem is that, through the 100 days or whatever we've been enduring this, there's been a lot of questions about why this, the essential, non-essential, and people look at it and say, well, they're doing this, but why can't we do this? Because it's very similar, going back almost to the golfing incident. I think in regards to the question about tracing, I think you're right. I think from my vantage point, I think what people are asking is, so what types of activities are most prevalent in regards to transmission? I think if you took your list, and I think there's probably enough data currently that's been gathered that you can list and provide this to the public. These are the most suspect opportunities to attract this virus. Because I think people are just asking, okay, so is it, if I go get a haircut, or now is it a nail salon? What type of activity is most likely to put me at risk? So I think that would be helpful to guide people into more responsible behavior. The other part of it is, I think also that we have on the one hand, I know individuals who are absolutely paranoid over everything. I mean, it's almost just an overwhelming fear of contacting this to a point of not even going out. And then on the other side of it, we have individuals, and I think sometimes we, as you talked about earlier, we send mixed signals that people say, well, if you can go to the mall, you can go here, you can go there, then it must be okay to go outside. Well, it is, but you have to social distance. You have to wash your hands. I think that part of the message has been lost. And I think one of the things when you talk about your campaign to educate, that needs to be just drummed in time and time again. We had talked about maybe even bus wraps, because the buses go to locations in some of the communities that are most affected. And if they see that going by, 5 times a day or whatever, somewhere along the way it's got to click. So I appreciate all the efforts you're putting, especially with the hospitals. I talked to CEOs, and I think they're on board with this education campaign. But I again think that we need to focus on the areas that are most effective in regards to messaging. One thing that we're doing, and we're doing it with our Office of Emergency Services, we're shutting down a lot of our conference calls, so to speak, among the cities, et cetera, only having a few a week, and even maybe not any. I understand, the demands it takes on staff in regards to preparing for these. But I think the other part of it is that if we no longer have a presence, or there's no longer this ramping up of resources to address this collectively, the cities, the county, other agencies, I think sometimes there's an inference that, well, maybe it isn't as bad as it was, because when we were all hands on deck, everybody was concerned. Now that we're only periodically having these calls or conferences or whatever, it's almost like, well, we're kind of over the hump, we're kind of home free, and we're not. So again, I think sometimes it's a matter of impression that people gather based upon what they see or hear, and I think you're on the right track, but I really think we need to be more general. In this contact tracing, I don't know, that's a lot of resources, and frankly, I just think we think the generic locations would be sufficient for people to really prepare themselves or be responsible in their actions. So, but again, it's just frustrating because, again, people are just questioning why, and that's the challenge.
It's very frustrating because, you know, the state did reopen rather quickly and unexpectedly for the health officers, and many people are aggravated because we worked so hard for 2 months to be on lockdown and to get our numbers down and our curves flattened, and then everything just started opening, and we had to keep up in a way for the economy's sake, and because everything just started opening, people got the impression that we were out of the woods. And that's unfortunate because, as I said last time, the virus has not changed in any way. So we need to continue to keep up with our distancing behavior as much as we can. And, you know, people don't understand just because a shopping mall is open doesn't mean you can meet up with 10 friends at the shopping mall. You're supposed to just still shop with the people you live with. And that's the messaging we need to get out. So I appreciate your idea of sharing with the public the gatherings and the birthday parties and the things that put them at risk. So that's something I will share with our risk communications department.
Just a quick question. I'm sure you're probably familiar with Farr's law of pandemics.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. In 1840, Dr. William Farr developed this Farr's law of pandemics, and very simply what it says is that all epidemics follow this bell curve. And essentially, it starts with attacking the most vulnerable, those at most risk, as it has with this. It goes to a peak, and then once it's taken the low-hanging fruit, so to speak, then it falls off because now it's contacting people who have a greater immunity or health to lower it, and then it falls off, and then it becomes, you know, basically it goes away eventually. And the reason I ask that question is because when I first read about that, and he talks about the only valid statistic are deaths, because that's something that's scientific that you can track, et cetera. But the reason I mention that is because it seems to me that what we did is we postponed the introduction of Farr's law because we did so many things to control it, to flatten the curve, and now that we're going back to somewhat of a normal activity in our society, it's taken effect. It's going up. It'll attack those, but a little bit different because now it's attacking those that are in the middle age range as opposed to the senior or those who have some type of morbidity. So again, it's just a question. It's been around since 1840, and at least that's been a standard that's been utilized for epidemics since then.
I've seen the curve you're referring to, so I understand exactly, and I know there have been public comments about that first curve being the people who are most at risk, and so keep the immunocompromised and the elderly at home, and there's the reasoning behind that. So, yeah, it's it's just not the way that we've operated so far here. But you're right. As we reopen, it almost feels like we are approaching that sort of a curve, unfortunately.
Supervisor Elliott?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Dr. Park. Did you hear any more about that study I mentioned at our last meeting, where there had been a study to determine which of the measures that had been taken were actually having the greatest effect on mitigating the spread of COVID. Did you hear any more about that?
My staff listens to the Board of Soups meetings, and they found the article you were talking about that you were referencing.
Okay. Well, great. So what I think we should focus on, I think we need to continue the opening because there's just no way to keep people pinned up, especially in the summertime. And one of the things that we need to get out is the guidance on youth sports. We've been hearing this for weeks now that, oh yeah, we're working on that guidance. It'll come out. It never comes out. I asked on a recent, it was an OES regional call put on for CSAC members of the board of directors from certain regions. I asked that question about when do we have any update on when the guidance will come out. And the CDPH representative there, I was almost shocked to hear the response that, well, I'm just taking over for somebody here. I hadn't really heard about that one. Don't really know. You'll have to send your request in to whatever that website is, the Legislative Affairs Answer website. So we need to keep pushing on that one because that's an area of continued concern for people who have kids. And we need to keep them occupied, especially when school's out, and occupied doing things that are healthful for them rather than finding other ways to outlet their energy. But I just urge us to get that guidance out on youth sports. And then I think you're right in your overall philosophy here. We need to just accept that COVID is there, and that's something we're going to have to cope with. But going back to that study I mentioned on the things that are most effective, let's incorporate that into our education and outreach. I think that's our best course of action right now is to improve that education and outreach. You mentioned a lot of good ideas there, but focus on those common sense measures that actually have the greatest bang for the buck in terms of protecting people from getting sick with it. So I think you may be right on the tracing. It's still important to do it, but we may reach a point of diminishing returns where we know it's just out there. So if we trace, we're going to find it somewhere. So let's not focus so much on that. Let's focus on getting the message out on those measures that can be most effective for protecting people's health.
Thank you. So the youth sports guidance, since we keep asking for it over and over again, the state's lawyers have said, no, not yet. But they did finally make an exception and say that conditioning with distancing would be allowed. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but we did come out with some interim guidance on allowing conditioning exercises. A lot of counties are doing this because the state came out with that statement. And so basically what it is teams maybe can practice together but not actually play their sport. They can run side by side 6 feet apart and condition. And that's as much as is allowed right now, but we did come out with that allowance, so that allows for some teams to start practicing together and conditioning together, and they're happy to have something that, rather than nothing, especially our high school sports teams. They're starting out that way.
Well, that's true. That it's better than nothing, and it's a start. We just need to get that one out there on the record so that we can have the guidance for the complete treatment of youth sports. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Park, thank you for providing this update. I know a lot of members of the public were wanting to, they were reading a lot of the negative numbers and sort of wanting to get a little more in-depth detail on it. So, and we appreciate it always. I'm going to do one final ask of the clerk if we've received any public comments.
Madam Chair, I do have 2 clarifying questions that were submitted by your Chief of Staff, Susan Filios, for Dr. Parks, if I could ask those really quick.
Sure.
Okay. She asks, Dr. Park, are San Joaquin County asymptomatic COVID positive tracked versus symptomatic?
Yes, so we do try to keep track of who says they were asymptomatic at the time of testing, and at this point it's about 15 to 20%.
And then her last question is, what is the definition of suspected COVID positive?
So that means that you have symptoms and you've probably been tested and we're waiting on your test results, but we would like you to isolate. I did show some graphs at the beginning that had the confirmed and the suspected together. When you remove the suspected, it really doesn't make a difference. You still see that phenomenal increase towards the end, towards more recent dates.
Thank you, Dr. Park. And Madam Chair, that concludes the public comments.
Great, thank you. Are there any final, as they say? Then we are going to conclude our hearings today, and we are going to adjourn. We will hopefully get more general board comments and committee reports at our next meeting, and we are going to adjourn to Tuesday, July 7th at 9 a.m.